It's time for McDonald's. Now with bundles, your order is automatic, like a sausage McMuffin and hash browns for $2 or a McDouble and small fries for $3 later. With so much juggling in a day, the easiest part is getting your faves with bundles at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid when product served. Offer not valid for McDelivery.
Fence Outlet, your home improvement specialist. For a free quote, visit fenceoutlet.com today.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the personal injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studio. Car accidents, other injuries, call pound 546 from your cell or visit whenyouneedus.com. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station. Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers. You are now listening to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Hope your middle of the week is going good. Man, it's a crappy drive out on the road courtesy of all the rain. We're going to give you an update on what is going on with the namesake of our show, but just wanted to let you know I will be your hostess with the mostest once again. Joining me will be our pilot and our executive producer, Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
Providing in-flight entertainment this afternoon will be the comedy alien Ross Padgett.
Make sure to put the mask over your nose and mouth.
We got a keyword coming up for you at 4 o'clock. Listen, the flight themed is because my brother and sister-in-law just arrived in town today from Kansas.
Yeah, I feel like I need to clarify, not a COVID joke. I was just running with the airplane thing.
Absolutely.
You know, it's funny because that used to be the saying, like when they would do that description for how to put the mask on, they're talking about the oxygen mask that drops out in your airplane.
God, man, if you ever seen one of those, bad news, right?
For those of you traveling with small children, please put on your mask first and then assist your children.
And then so often it's also used as a metaphor, right? To make sure that you help yourself before you try and help someone else. Because if you're depleted, you can't put the mask on someone else.
I always love when I get the emergency chairs. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, where you have to be able
like
to
the
open.
jump seat?
Yeah, I love that.
Oh,
seat.
no. You get
The
more
window
leg room
seat.
for the emergency exit.
Yeah, I'm not looking for the leg room. I'm looking for the
Responsibility?
Yeah, the hero capabilities.
There you go.
And then they have to ask you, are you willing to save a life?
All you have to do is nod your head yes, and you get more leg room.
Yeah,
It's so cool.
Give that. I love it.
What are they going to do if you refuse to help? You know,
I said yes.
Throw them out last.
I guess on
what
the
are they
last-
going to do, sue you?
Yeah, the last 5 minutes of all of our lives. Guess what? I'm a liar. Oh.
Well, yeah, my brother came into town, which is great. Except we were expecting him tomorrow. Hey, surprise.
Who goofed on that?
What are you doing here?
Laundry day.
Yeah, no kidding, because you need that last 24 hours to get ready.
Man,
need
got a
that last-
text from my mom last night going, they're coming tomorrow, not Thursday. So she's
Who
still
goofed?
working today. We
I
all
want
did.
blood. I want blood. They gave you their itinerary, right?
Yeah, months ago.
And what day did they tell you?
Probably the 14th.
Probably.
We all assumed it was the 15th. So, but welcome to my brother Kirk and Kenna. They're in town for a few days, so it's nice to get to hang out with family. And we are a family at Real Radio 104.1 each and every show. And we're also a family with y'all who spend part of your time and part of your week with us. And we've been kind of cryptic all week long purposely because it's not our story to tell. But we did want to give you a little bit more details about what our namesake of our show, as I mentioned at the beginning, Jim Colbert, what he's going through. His mom is dealing with some really serious health issues. And as so often happens, you don't get a chance to really prepare for that. It usually comes in the form of a phone call.
Yep.
I remember the great Marty Salt, an anchor over at WFTV Channel 9. She had done a really powerful series about what happens to adult children when you get that phone call.
Yeah.
Your father fell. We just got back from the doctor. And everybody's life changes in a matter of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, you, for everyone on the show, I mean, you were part of, for what was, lack of a better word, they called the sandwich generation, where you had a parent at home you were caring for while you have kids at home that you're raising.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was, the last 14 years, what turned out to be the last 14 years of my mom's life that she lived with us and wouldn't trade that for anything.
No, what a blessing.
It was a wonderful experience. And she came to live with us the same year that my youngest daughter was born, who is now, going to be a senior in high school.
Wow.
So, that's the baby.
Yeah, the Peanut.
No, Peanut is actually the middle child now.
Wow.
It's really the Peanut, yeah. Time flies.
Time flies.
But, back to our parents, and we had to deal with the health issues, the scares, the calls, those trips to the ER and whatnot. So we know Jimmy is where he should be right now, and that's with his mom and
absolutely
and making sure that she gets the best care possible. And you need someone to digest that information more than the more the merrier as far as receiving the information, because it can be a little overwhelming.
Absolutely. And as you know, as I know, Ross, your mom has had some health scares. My mom several years ago, went into the ER, for chest pains and ended up having emergency open heart surgery. So in that moment, you can't get that kind of information sitting behind a microphone. Right. You can't be both places at one. And like you said, Jack, he's where he needs to be right now, and that's with his mom. Right.
And you said it in your text back, and I've tried to always live that as well. It's family first. I recognize I kind of get really wrapped up in my job, but I realize that, there's, it's family first.
Family first.
Family first.
Family first. Because at the end of the day, it's family that started you off. It's family first. And we're family here, so it's good. It feels
we're
good.
like third cousins.
We are like third cousins, and we've never kissed. I do want to put that out there.
Oh, that's not really an absolute. But thanks to Brad, we will have trivia today.
Yes, we will have Brad today. And I know, Handy John, we're getting texts earlier this week. Send him lots of love and positivity. He needs it. As well as we do, that if he could be anywhere, he'd like to be sitting in the studio with us right now doing the show. And he will be. Every day it's a day-by-day decision as to whether or not he's going to be able to make it in. Handy John just texted us at 7703 yeah, I'm going to call you out.
Uh-huh.
Love you, Deb, but I really wanted to hear Jim today. So hopefully we're going to hear him soon.
Yeah, and it's also, and I understand what Handy John is saying, it's just a return to normalcy. Because,
absolutely.
Just like Jim would like to be doing this today, too. But in the right time, he will be back. Maybe it's tomorrow. We don't know yet, but this is a day-by-day scenario, and he'll update us when we can and share the rest of the story with everyone, as we got to know his mom a little better when she was on the show, when Deb, you were off.
I was going to say, I didn't get a chance.
Yeah, so we've actually run that in Best Of, and that will live as a Best Of. And, his mom is being taken care of.
Oh, yeah.
So she's getting medical care, but, Jimmy is with her now. So.
Yeah, and he will be back with us. And until then, we're going to ride this train until the wheels fall off.
Woohoo!
Deb, you should know that I asked Jim's mom that whenever they go out to lunch, how annoying is it when people think that they are a couple?
Oh, no.
And then I made a joke question of, was she aware that he used to steal money from her purse? Right? I just threw that as a joke.
Yeah.
And he evidently fessed up to actually taking money from her. That she, and it was like, wow, I know that one.
Actually,
damn, I missed that. That would have been sweet.
I don't think I said couple. I think I said brother and sister. Let me take that back.
How did she react?
I don't really remember. It was more just trying to make fun of Jim. But it was not a couple, because then that changes the entire direction of that joke.
It really does. And you might not be prepared for the answer. You know what they say, never ask the question unless you want the answer.
But she was great, and all hopes, all vibes, all prayers up to Mama Kolbs.
Absolutely. And in his absence, we're going to keep our usual Wednesday fun going. We have the return of Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell. He bailed on us last week. I guess vacation is so much more important with your family.
It is.
Oh, wait, didn't we just say that? So he's going to be joining us in the 5 o'clock hour. We've got Ross Thoughts. We have 3 chances to get into our summer of stuff. We've got your first keyword coming up at 4 o'clock. And we're also in the 4 o'clock hour going to be talking to Cora Burcham from Save the Manatee Club. She's going to be our Animal House guest today, talking about the terrible news that's affecting the plight of the manatee, which, had been doing so good, and now, unfortunately, is having a record-breaking year, and it's not good news. But we're going to...
Not the records you want to break,
No,
right?
yeah, definitely not.
Yeah.
But we're hopefully going to find out something that we can do, because I hate that powerless feeling of just getting bad news but not having anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I find it frustrating. But we do listen, it is Wednesday. This is, like I said, Real Radio. You do not have to wait for us to bring something up. If there's something you want to talk to us about, you can text it to us at 77031. You can also give us a call at 407-916-1041. We'll do our best. And, we do have something to look forward to.
What's that?
It's going to be a little bit later today, actually.
You mean
The
thing?
The thing.
Oh.
The hell are you guys talking about?
We have the thing coming up later today.
We have the thing. It's a little thing for you, Ross.
All right. I don't know if that's a very good tease or a bad tease.
Well, you want to, I think you summed it up best as an early birthday gift.
It's an early birthday gift.
Yeah,
exactly.
We'll be doing that
exactly.
at the end of the show.
So you're going to have to tune in about 6:40, 6:45.
Yeah.
The same time Ross is going to find out what this gift is.
All right.
It's very thoughtful.
I don't understand why it's a week early.
When it's early, it's before the event.
Well, wait till you find out about tomorrow, because
What, you want another early gift?
No, I'm just saying.
You want one each day? We can work it. So let's get through today's, and let's see if that motivates more people to want to give you an early birthday
Yeah,
gift.
exactly.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good idea. We could have a gift a day until your actual birthday next week on the 21st, Ross.
I mean, it's not Hanukkah. We don't have to do that.
8 crazy days and 8 crazy nights.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. I
my
think you'd be...
birthday's 7 days from now, July 21st.
It could be Saucemas.
Yeah. But on Ross's birthday eve, we'll actually be at Universal Studios broadcasting live. Yeah.
That's going to be fun. That's right next Tuesday, right?
You're correct.
Next Tuesday.
I want to ride the Velocicoaster so bad.
Yeah.
I want to ride a Raptor.
Are you going to do it that day?
That's the plan.
That's my Raptor.
It's a pretty good
That's
Raptor, I
actually
got to say it.
That's not a bad Raptor.
Thank you. Basically, almost got a standing no out of Jack right there with my Raptor.
Yeah, you did.
I used to impersonate a Raptor all the time in high school, and it got to the point where teachers would give me $5 to do it to other students.
Really?
Yeah, but I kind of am not proud of that, because I feel like not everybody, but a lot of people have a good Raptor or
I
a
don't know.
dinosaur.
Well,
I sniff them.
Well,
It was a thing.
maybe you can give us lessons next Tuesday when we are at Universal.
Oh,
Yeah.
if we ride Velocicoaster, that's all I'm doing.
or better yet, we'll just post a video of you unsuspecting to someone in the office, sniffing, doing your whole Raptor thing. Jack, can you think of anyone in the office you would want to victimize on a Wednesday?
Larry.
Excellent choice.
Yeah. Oh, man, we need more Larry in our lives. He was only here for one segment. There's this guy who definitely looks like a president. He's super
Works in the newsroom.
He's wearing shorts today.
I know. Well, he had a doctor's appointment.
That's what he said. I said, what? Is the doctor here?
He's got the calves of a deity. What are you talking about?
That's what you get for playing tennis for multiple decades,
I
right?
guess so.
He's the guy whoever I walk into work and I go, scuba-da-dubba-dubba, he goes, wop, 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 wop. Like he scats back.
Oh, yeah.
He's a back scatter.
You guys have a real scatting
wow.
relationship.
Okay, that got weird.
What?
Yeah.
The scatting is mutual. I'll lean into it.
And on that, we're going to go ahead and let you know that once again, we got lots of fun coming up. Animal House, Scott Maxwell, Ross Thoughts, Last Call, and more. But first, we're going to get you woke after a quick break. And when we do that, we're going to talk about Florida politicians are calling on President Biden to do more about the chaos in Cuba. This as Biden launches Operation Allies Refuge to relocate Afghan nationals. And after testing positive for THC and getting suspended from the Tokyo Olympics, Sha'Carri Richardson is being offered a greener opportunity. Bet you'll never guess what that is. We'll cover that and so much more coming up during Woke News, so keep it right here on The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Sure, you could call your family, but then they'll start calling you all the time. Instead, just say, Alexa, play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the rest, buy from the best, goldsmithjewelry.com. We're seeing stopping of volume heading west on I-4 between World Drive and 429 near Celebration. It's also slow between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway. Eastbound delays continue on I-4 between U.S. Highway 27 in Polk County to Osceola-Polk Line Road, and then again between Osceola Parkway and State Road 535. No reported issues on the 408. The beach line is up to speed. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Make it a summer to remember with Audible. It delivers everything you love listening to all in one app. Stream the newest hot releases, bestsellers, Audible originals, popular podcasts, and more. Start listening free with a 30-day trial at audible.com.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
Need to turn your home equity into cash? This is Robert Palmer, and home values are at an all-time high. Smart homeowners are accessing home equity at today's low rates, but don't use your home equity to pay closing costs. Let me pay them instead. Visit rpfunding.com for details. NMLS 70168, Equal Housing.
Let radio advertising keep your business top of mind with customers all summer long. Visit iHeartAdBuilder.com to get your business on the radio quickly and easily. You can even make your own radio ad. Just answer a few questions and we'll do the rest. Sign up today at iHeartAdBuilder.com.
At Checkers, we're loading up our next Baconzilla with melty cheese and plenty of bacon for Mary. See, Mary had a little trouble fixing up an old car today. A really, really old car. So we fixed up a couple of hand-seasoned 100% beef patties and topped them with melty cheddar cheese and crispy bacon, just for her. Mary, you got that old jalopy running again. Now go grab yourself a bacony cheesy reward. You've earned it. Baconzilla, only at Checkers. Get it delivered through our new rewards app.
Tools help us tackle all kinds of challenges. The same goes for financial tools, like an Amscot cash advance. Up to $500 when you need it, with no credit check. Get started at amscot.com. Amscot. Some restrictions apply.
The summer of Can is here, and that means you can do things like go to pool parties and rock that swimsuit, because natural is in, like with Heineken, made from 100% natural ingredients with their premium malt and their famous A yeast. And what better summer workout than taking in the sun poolside and sipping the crisp, ice-cold can of Heineken. Pick up a pack or get it delivered and put the can back in summer, and that can be your six-pack. Must be 21 or over to purchase. Please drink responsibly.
When I lost my Chase debit card, I was like... But I locked my card on my Chase mobile app, and that feels like... That's what security feels like. Card locked.
Check and lock down your money with security from Chase. Control feels good. Learn more at chase.com/banking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Enroll in Chase online or on the Chase mobile app. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hitting the McDonald's drive-thru for a frozen drink is refreshing.
Hey, welcome back.
But doing it twice in one day? Now you're on to something. Stay cool with any size frozen Coke or frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry or Wild Cherry for just $1.79 each. Or chill out with any size McCafe iced coffee for $1.79. It's more than a drink. It's a McDonald's drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola and Fanta are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
For many men, divorce brings a bewildering sense of loss. You feel adrift, isolated, like you're the only person in the world. But the good news is, you're not alone. Cordell & Cordell can help guide you through all aspects of divorce. Let us be there for you.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Orlando area attorneys. Office in Orlando. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here. And when I think about a custom fence from Mossy Oak Fence, I think about two words. Those words, high quality. Because our friends over at Mossy Oak Fence use only the very best materials installed by skilled craftsmen. High quality that's backed by the best warranty in the business. I also think about safety and security. Your family's safety and security is Mossy Oak's #1 priority. If you're thinking about a brand new fence, think about the high quality of Mossy Oak Fence. Visit mossyoakfences.com and let the Mossy family protect your family today.
Honey, what are you doing?
Oh, learning how to be a hibachi chef.
Why?
Well, it was so easy to get an auto loan from Navy Federal Credit Union, I needed something more challenging. Heads up.
Do not throw that shrimp at me.
With decisions in seconds and rates as low as 1.79% APR, Navy Federal makes it so easy to finance a car.
Onion volcano.
You might want to try harder things. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Rates subject to change and are based on credit worthiness. Advertised rate available for new vehicles. Insured by NCUA.
The free iHeart app, the one you use to listen to all your favorite radio stations and podcasts, is also your free music app. We get it. The soundtrack of your life changes throughout the day. There's music you turn on to get fired up, and there's music you turn up to wind down. Now, you can make as many playlists for as many different moments as you need to make it through your best or worst day. It's super easy. Just add one song, and we'll help you build a full playlist with that same vibe. The free iHeart app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Heard of the job? Dial pound 529 on your cell. Pound law, that's all.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show. Already in progress.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Definitely want to make it that much better by allowing for some extra time on the roads. Right now we have some scattered showers, some stronger storms getting ready to overtake I-4, and unfortunately meteorologists are saying the thunderstorms are expected to linger all the way through the evening commute. But don't worry, we've got lots of entertainment for you and your first keyword coming up at 4 o'clock. But right now, let's go ahead and get woke.
And now, it's time for Woke News.
It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole world.
On the Jim Colbert Show.
Woke News is brought to you by Home Loans Radio with that mortgage guy, Don. He's busy. He's also host of the Home Loans Radio Show Saturday morning. Florida Senator Marco Rubio predicts an all-out bloodbath and humanitarian catastrophe if the U.S. and other nations don't step in and help calm tensions in Cuba. The Republican says the Biden administration needs to call for an emergency session of the United Nations Security Council. Rubio goes so far as to predict Cubans will be told to either leave or be killed, sparking a mass migration to the U.S. And this is a concern already for Miami-Dade and Broward County school districts. They're already looking at political turmoil in both Haiti with the assassination of that country's president and the protests going on in Cuba. They're already preparing for an influx of students from those two countries just in time for the school session to begin next month. Now, meanwhile, the Space Coast may be able to help Cubans get back online. Governor Ron DeSantis met with lawmakers and Cuban Americans yesterday to discuss restoring internet access on the island. The Cuban government blocked internet access to its citizens after videos of the protests trended worldwide. So DeSantis says he's going to call some Space Coast companies to see if they can help. Private companies use satellites to connect Cubans to the internet instead. Now, those who want change in Cuba continue to make their voices heard in Orlando. You may have heard about 500 people, including a 91-year-old woman, marched yesterday along Cimarron Boulevard. Rafaela Serrat left Cuba 60 years ago, and she tells the Orlando Sentinel she wants freedom for Cuba so she can go there to say goodbye to loved ones who passed away since she came to the U.S. Meanwhile, one person marching in the road was arrested for unlawful assembly after police say he refused to move onto the sidewalk, but no injuries were reported. There will be another protest tonight at 4:34 and 4:36 at approximately 6:30 tonight.
Oh, here in Orlando.
Here in Orlando, yeah. So
that's not too far from us right now.
And that's a pretty major intersection as well.
It is, two busy roads meeting up there. What's interesting about this, one, the protest, because, although DeSantis supports this cause that they're protesting for, his new law against protesting, will affect some of these people who can be arrested and, frankly, run over.
This is going to be the first test of that law.
Yeah.
Because it was like one of the strictest, if not the strictest, protest law to go to be enacted around the country.
Again, it seemed to be more of a solution in search of a problem, and now he found a problem, but not the one he was looking for.
Exactly.
I'm more interested in this providing internet for Cubans since the government turned off the internet.
Yeah.
So, our government can't officially do it.
Not officially.
Not officially, but
just broadcasting for years, they didn't officially.
Right, but I wonder if private companies, what restrictions they face, because companies have licenses with government and whatnot. So I'm wondering how they do that, because I can't imagine it being, everyone in Key West lining up on the shore with their Wi-Fi hotspots on.
Pointing out,
pointing out towards Cuba. And on the other side, Jamaicans doing it as well.
And as ridiculous as that sounds, yet you've got flotillas of people in boats in South Florida that are trying to make that journey to get resources to the people, and the Department of Homeland Security is stopping them and saying, we've had people die recently in the last couple of weeks trying to make this dangerous journey. So you have the Coast Guard and the Department of Homeland Security watching the Florida Straits very closely to try and keep, private citizens from getting onto boats and trying to bring supplies over to Cuba. It will be interesting, though, if those private companies can maybe get around diplomatic agreements that maybe they wouldn't be held to, that a government would.
Well, I'm sure there's definitely more leeway, as far as lateral movement there on what they can do as opposed to governments can do, and vice versa.
Right.
I'm curious where Elian Gonzalez falls in all of this.
Well, he is very, very pro-Cuban government. Now, he was quite the figurehead. He was kind of like the poster boy for the Castro regime, but now that there were no longer any Castros in power in Cuba, he's kind of had a low profile, I would say.
Right, because I think it behooved them, they had to really, after that whole Elian Gonzalez saga, they had to kind of make him be pro-government.
Exactly.
If that turned against them, it
would have been bad
for them.
Would have been really, really bad.
Yeah.
But
not like we're trying to help the Cuban government.
Right.
Yeah, can I just, I'm going to ask the dumb question. How much does the embargo play in all of this?
A significant role, because what they're protesting against is food shortages, medical shortages,
electricity.
I think it was Venezuela was giving them a lot of aid, and that has been stopped. And it's the embargo that's preventing them from getting a lot of the things they need. But that's because of the government.
The government
and the actions of the government. So
it's just like Afghanistan.
It plays a role.
We sent so many billions of dollars to help the people.
Yeah.
But because of corrupt governments, it never gets down to the people it actually is meant to help. And unfortunately, we're the ones left with the bad reputation, that we didn't really do what we went there to do, when in reality it was, people outside of that got their sticky fingers in it. So it'll be interesting to see. And really what we're going to talk about later on in the show is the role that music is playing in these protests. It's very interesting what's actually fueling this. And of all things, it's a hip hop song. We'll talk about that later on in the Jim Colbert Show. But in the meantime,
you said 6:30 is the protest here in Orlando,
yes.
Where 434 intersects with 436. And for the texter who said those two roads do not intersect, check your Rand McNally. They actually do, and it's here in Altamont.
Yeah, it's like right down the road from us.
Yeah.
All right. President Biden is launching a new program, speaking of Afghanistan, to relocate Afghan nationals after announcing that all U.S. troops will be withdrawn from Afghanistan by the end of August. Operation Allies Refuge will provide flights to eligible Afghan nationals and their families who helped the U.S. during the 20-year-long war. The idea that we would have left these people to suffer is unconscionable. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Starting at the end of this month, those eligible will need to apply or already be a part of the Special Immigrant Visa Program. That was actually created in 2009 to provide safety for Afghan interpreters, contractors, and security personnel. Like you said, Jack, get them out of there. They helped us. We leave no man behind. Someone else closer to home that's asking for help and still hasn't heard word yet, but the city of St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, this is near Tampa, are dealing with one of the worst outbreaks of red tide the area has seen in some time. And that's saying something, since it wasn't too long ago we were talking about record-breaking red tide. And unfortunately, just like in this case, it's not going away anytime soon. So far, city and county crews have picked up more than 600 tons of dead fish and other marine life. And Mayor Rick Kreisman is pleading for help from Governor Ron DeSantis. Kreisman says city crews simply cannot keep up the pace much longer.
DeSantis ran on this. He was calling out red tide and Big Sugar and
the guacamole water off Lake Okeechobee.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
this was one of his projects that he pledged to deal with.
Well, Mayor Kreisman says some other city services are now being compromised in favor of the cleanup, because you can't leave the dead fish and the sea life. You got beach season, you've got landfills.
You burn it?
But like your garbage collection probably can't be as timely, because those crews that would be doing that are off on the beaches trying to get rid of. And then, of course, the other aspect of this is we're getting ready at 4 o'clock to talk to Cora Burcham of Save the Manatee Club. How is this affecting manatees on the West Coast? We already have.
Well, we know there's environmental issues that are affecting this with the lack of seagrass, but
red tide doesn't help.
No, to think that these environmental issues are not connected in some way, shape, or form. It's or whether they are. We know they're connected to the effects that we have on the environment can trickle down to other species.
Well, what's expected, or what's believed in this case, is that the Piney Point phosphorus, remember that plant that was in danger of imminent collapse?
Yes.
They think having to release thousands of gallons of that wastewater into the bay, then you have Tropical Storm Elsa turning everything else up, just made the situation that much more worse. Or bad. In some cases, they say the concentrations are 17 times higher than what is considered a high concentration of red tide.
I wonder if any of that Spiny Point water got on the Stanley Cup.
Can
someone think it would tarnish it and turn it black?
All right, there it is. I just needed something that Florida was good at for a little bit. We're hockey, ironically. Cool.
Go figure, right?
Awesome.
Okay, to the other big story in Florida, and it's been this way for the last several weeks, is the Surfside condo collapse, and a wrongful death lawsuit is being filed by the family of a Long Island woman who was killed in the condo collapse. 66-year-old Judy Spiegel was on the 6th floor when the South Tower collapsed. She was laid to rest today. Spiegel is one of 96 confirmed people dead. The death toll just went up again today. Now, the Palm Beach County Commission is discussing the idea of creating a mandatory building recertification rule in response to the collapse. Vice Mayor Robert Weinroth says the facts behind the tragedy need to be learned before any major changes are made, but he and other commissioners agreed that there should be some sort of requirements in place with regards to recertification of high-rise condo buildings. You had another condo high-rise in Miami Beach that was evacuated over deteriorating conditions. They also agree that 40 years is too long to wait for an inspection. A group of building officials, contractors, and structural engineers met last week, and we were mentioning earlier this week during Woke News that you even have families now asking builders and realtors, like, what's the construction situation here?
Asking questions you didn't think you had to worry about. And it's also different on the coast because the sea air has a different effect on the building materials.
And that's the thing, that is. Again, my mom is from a little island in the Caribbean, and we could bring a box fan to my grandmother this year and go visit her next year, and that fan would look 30 years old.
Really?
The sea air just chews through everything, especially if it's metal. It's impossible to have anything metal look nice on an island for any length of time. Because it just eats through it, and that includes things like rebar.
You just ruined Iron Man for me.
Sorry, Ross. Norwegian Cruise Lines, we knew this was coming, is suing Florida in an attempt to keep the state from putting its vaccine passport ban into place. In the suit filed yesterday, the cruise line argued the ban violates the First Amendment by blocking communications between a business and customers. That's an interesting take on First Amendment rights, as well as the 14th Amendment. By hindering their ability to keep employees and customers safe, Norwegian had previously pushed back on Governor DeSantis' executive order prohibiting businesses from requiring proof of vaccination. Now, in a May earnings call, CEO Frank Del Rio hinted the Miami-based cruise line could, quote, take its business elsewhere, end quote, if the state went through with the order. Company officials say in their court filing that this legal action was taken as a, quote, last resort, end quote. 60% of all American cruise business sails out of a Florida port.
For now.
For now. It'll be interesting to see if they're able. I haven't seen anything like on the business portion of the newswire, any of those states that are out there actively courting the cruise lines, say Louisiana, because for a lot of it, it would be the ports, right? They have to have the ports that can handle these massive cruise ships.
Yeah.
And if they don't have
Idaho is not really in contention here, right?
Exactly. And maybe even a state like Texas maybe could be on the list that could take away the cruise business. Maybe Louisiana.
Here's a joke that will be very funny in 2025. Okay. Hey, guys, don't forget to tip your bartender and your servers. Hey, got a joke for you. What does the film industry and the cruise industry have in common here in Florida? Everything. Back to you, Deb.
And they're still trying to bring that film business back.
That means that cruise industry is going to Georgia.
Bye. All right.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, why not? You know what they may end up doing? You know how these they have these private islands, right?
Yeah.
You know, these cruise lines rent these islands or buy these islands, and it's usually one of their destination stops.
Right, Disney does
on their cruise, and Labadee for Royal Caribbean and some others. But the cruise industry could like buy an island and make that a giant cruise port with
fun.
an airstrip, and then people would just fly to the island to do their Caribbean cruises.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
You know, and then they'd avoid all the nonsense they're getting from the state government of Florida.
I'm backing it. Can you imagine that drink package? Woo!
Yeah, wasted.
Just name the country drink package Utopia.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, it's been about a week since Tropical Storm Elsa battered Florida. If you're planning any vacation news, this is good. It's been mostly quiet since then in the tropics, and part of the reason why is that dust pushing its way toward the U.S. from Africa, that Saharan dust. Meteorologists say the dust makes for colorful sunrises and sunsets and also helps to prohibit tropical storm development.
Oh, well, okay, that's a good thing.
That's a great thing.
Yes.
It also fertilizes the rainforest and feeds creatures at sea. But a non-tropical area of low pressure is being monitored off the coast of Newfoundland, but forecasters giving it a low chance of development. There have been 5 named storms so far this hurricane season. The next name on the list is...
A, B, C, D, E, F.
We had a
Frank.
Danny.
It's not Frank.
Francis.
Franco.
It's not Francis.
We had a Francis, didn't we?
Pastafazole.
No, but I love that soup.
Fatone.
No.
Keep it in Central Florida.
It's more
fierce.
It's more threatening than that. It's a name that
Furio.
It's a name that inspires dread.
Oh.
It's Fred.
Fear.
Fred.
It's Fred.
Wait, Fred
Fred is the
dread?
next.
Or you just went with that because it rhymed?
I went with that because I knew you were never going to guess Fred.
Thank you.
If you would have said drop dead.
Exactly.
Oh, Fred.
Yeah, exactly. No,
His last name Kruger.
It's not Flintstone.
Yeah.
Exactly. The next name
or
on the
it's not
list.
Barney.
You know, but maybe they're just helping us come up with hurricane names that are meme friendly. We had Elsa. Thank you. Very meme friendly.
Oh, will we have Karen this year?
Oh, yes, there is. Karen is on the list, I believe. I believe it is.
Yeah,
yes.
you're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I would do a quick Google, but I got to keep going because I got to pay this story off.
Yeah.
All right, finally, after testing positive for THC and getting suspended from the Tokyo Olympics, as I said, Sha'Carri Richardson is being offered a greener opportunity. Never saw this coming. TMZ reports vaping company Dr. Dabber has offered the runner a spokesperson deal. The company is willing to pay her $250,000 to test their dab rigs and vape pens. In a letter to the U.S. track and field star, Dr. Dabber cited the benefits of THC for athlete recovery and mental health. It's unclear if Richardson is going to accept the deal.
You know something? It doesn't have the stigma. Yeah, it's still against the rules for the Olympics.
Yes,
and,
it is.
You know, and the team, and unfortunately, it's we're not getting the very fastest and best of this country competing in the Olympics, and I think that's something as people who like to watch the Olympics, you want the very best competing.
Yeah, it's like Usain Bolt not going.
Yeah. But her being able to take advantage of this opportunity, it's not like it was, maybe 9 or 13 any previous Olympic cycle where you don't have that same stigma as you used to with pot and weed, and the fact that it's legal in I don't know, maybe more than half the states.
But what's interesting is around the world it still has a huge stigma.
Does it?
Yeah.
How do you know? You don't go anywhere.
I do too.
Yeah.
I even went and checked the mail yesterday.
Oh, look at
Woo!
you.
That's right, people.
I don't know much about track and field, but I would be very surprised if they are cranking out $250,000 contracts left and right.
I would imagine not.
This is how great this country is.
Yeah.
You could fail a drug test and get a raise.
So why didn't you think about that, Mr. Clean and Sober?
Well,
Day 18.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and apparently there is a 48-year-old woman who makes close to $5,000 a month, and what she does to make that money, you just won't believe. So we'll tell you that after we take a break.
Oh, good. I want to know.
But first, I want to let you know that Woke News is brought to you by Home Loans Radio with that mortgage guy, Don. Working with Don was probably the easiest part of buying a home for myself and Chris. He was so accessible. He explained everything. He was knowledgeable in what we were looking at in our area of town, and that's what you get when you work with that mortgage guy, Don. You get experience, you get expertise, you get patience, you get everything you need when you're making the biggest purchase of your life. And it's so easy to work with that mortgage guy, Don. Just go to homeloansradio.com. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to tell you just how some people make their living. Next on The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Real Radio. 104.1.
This Real Radio 104.1 weather report sponsored by Rude Air Conditioning, powered by Ferguson HVAC.
Hey everybody, good Wednesday to you. Fox 35 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King, and now Fox 35 Storm Center. Want to update you Wednesday weather here in Central Florida. Well, we all know it's going to be hot. It's going to be humid, a high near 90. I've got rain chance of 50 to 60%. Do expect a passing shower or a storm really at any time blowing by in the breeze. Won't be sticking around too long though we'll find some heavy rain where it sets up. But of course that cloud the ground lightning, east winds at 5 to 10. For tonight, 75, partly cloudy, warm and muggy. Rain should shut down before about 8 p.m. Quiet skies late with an east-northeast wind at 5. For Fox 35, I'm Storm Team Chief Meteorologist Jamie King. Have a good one.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Connect has great prices for everything on your back-to-school list. Now, Staples one-subject notebooks are 25 cents each, and Crayola 24-count crayons, 2-pocket poly folders, and 4-ounce Elmer's glue are 50 cents each. Offer ends 9/18. Notebooks in-store only. Limit 30. Prices may vary online.
Guys, let me tell you something. Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex always has something cool going on, and they're not stopping now. From sliding through wormholes and exploring planets to climbing through asteroid fields, playing numerous interactive games. It's called Planet Play. It's the brand new adventure waiting just for you. Fully immersive, multiple story play experience. Open now at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Designed for a younger generation of space explorer from 2 until 10. Indoor active area where kids just don't learn about the planets. They actually play among them. Standing on the rings of Saturn and climbing through asteroid fields. A great time. Plus a lounge for the parents where they can hang out and let their kids do their thing. It's awesome. Learn more about it today and get your tickets at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
At Walgreens, we're committed to the fight against COVID-19. That's why we offer no-cost, contactless COVID-19 testing with same-day results at thousands of locations nationwide for patients ages 3 and up. Our pharmacy experts have administered millions of tests and are here to help when you need us. Schedule your COVID-19 test at no cost to you at walgreens.com/COVID-19 testing.
No cost to you with most insurance or government assistance for ages 3 and up at select test locations. Test results turnaround time may vary by location depending on test type.
Murder in Illinois is the new true crime podcast that attempts to answer the question, who really killed the Vaughn family? In 2007, Chris Vaughn's wife and 3 children were found murdered in their SUV. Chris was arrested and convicted, though he claims to have no memory of the events.
Both the prosecution's theory and the defense's theory are incorrect. That's not how it happened.
So how did it happen, Ryan?
Listen to Murder in Illinois on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed effortlessly adjusts in response to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Save up to $1,000 on select Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds and adjustable bases, plus special financing, only for a limited time. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
If you're from Orlando, you know how we do food in the City Beautiful. We waffle our chicken in Metro Diner, udon our noodles at Bento Asian Kitchen, and ye can always find the golden tenders at PDQ. That's why there's DoorDash. Get food from every neighborhood in Orlando. Food so good, it'll make you happier than that other happy place in town. Download the DoorDash app now to find your local favorites, made by Orlando. Order on DoorDash.
The Dave single from Wendy's made with fresh, never frozen beef has the power to blow your mind. But now that the Dave single is buy one, get one for $1, as well as the spicy or classic chicken sandwich and the spicy or crispy 10-piece nuggets, Wendy's BOGO for $1 deal is gonna blow your mind and your speakers. Get these faves. BOGO $1 only at Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with combo or any other offer.
Miles of pristine white sand below, expansive cerulean blue skies above, and wonderment everywhere you look. This is St. Pete Clearwater in the fall. Here, the senses awaken with the first morning light. Emerald green waters gently lap the shore. A calming Gulf breeze floats through the air. It's vivid, it's vibrant, and it's the perfect getaway. Plan your fall escape to America's best beaches at visitstpeteclearwater.com.
Hey everybody, Jay Farner here, CEO of Rocket Mortgage and Rocket Companies. Last year we saw historically low mortgage interest rates. In fact, over 1 million homeowners took advantage of refinancing or buying a new home with Rocket Mortgage. What you may not know is that interest rates are already starting to increase again, and it's likely that trend is only going to continue. Our team of experts is standing by to help you save before rates go up. With an official mortgage review from Rocket Mortgage, you'll see just how much money you could save by making a move right now. Don't look back over these next few weeks and wish that you had taken action. You could save hundreds on your mortgage payments or pay off your home loan earlier than planned. You could even take cash out of your home to pay off high-interest debt, complete home repairs, or bulk up on an emergency fund. When you want to secure a low rate, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET or visit rocketmortgage.com.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by RC Hill Mitsubishi, Highway 1792 in DeLand.
Real Radio. Real Radio.
104.1.
The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Hope you're having a marvelous Wednesday. Certainly not a good day out on the roads. Still lots of showers and thunderstorms once again overtaking the roads. It was so nice coming into work yesterday without white knuckles. Not so much the case today, but we do have your first keyword coming up at 4 o'clock for your chance to win $1,000. Like I said, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Jim is busy taking care of his mom, so in his place you've got Deb, Jack, and Ross. And somewhere along the way, gentlemen, I question every choice I've ever made in life.
Really?
If it were this easy to make money.
What'd you come across? What'd you find?
Well, this is an embarrassing story. I personally, this is from the Daily Mail.
Stubbed the toe, broke it.
Talk about a windfall. That's their headline. A married mother of two who's 48.
Okay. Young.
Very young. Very, very
Jack
young.
laughed at it. Jack just laughed at that.
Shut up, Ross.
I'm laughing about how our perspective has changed.
Yes, it has, baby.
And C-Lane yesterday scoffing at someone being considered young in their 40s on the News Junkie. And, on the other side of 40, you're like, yeah, I remember when I was 40.
Yeah, exactly. That was. I think I do.
48-year-old mother of two?
Yep. 48 married mother of two claims she makes $4,200 a month.
Ooh. Okay.
By selling videos
of
herself breaking wind.
Oh!
Farting online. And she says she even follows a special diet to help her performance.
Of course.
That's what's up. She should look into auto-tune, really step it up to a new level.
Now, I didn't know this was a thing, but the woman who uses the online pseudonym Emma Martin has been flatulence camming for more than 20 years. Did you guys even know that this...
This is the very first I've heard about it, and she's making $50K a year.
$50K a year. She's from Rock Hill, South Carolina, and says her two kids are completely unaware.
Of course they are, until they're not. And then...
Thank you, Daily Mail, with her photos.
And then their teenage years are going to be miserable because their kids are going to be make fun of them, and they're stuck with these names.
Why?
Wow.
Well,
$50,000.
Well,
That's why.
I understand the why you would do it. What I don't understand is if you were enjoying a online pseudonym and your two kids know nothing.
Well, for one is because publicity will get her more business and make her more money and take her to that next level.
Apparently.
As far as outing who she is, if they do indeed, they have a picture of the story you're looking at. So,
And knowing our listeners, we just gave her a little bit of publicity.
However,
I think that's about to hit $70K.
It
after
probably
this segment.
is. She says her husband does know about it. Now she says,
oh my God.
I know.
Could you imagine if he didn't?
Now, but imagine what his workplace is going to be like now.
I feel like that is...
Every dude's going to look at him like, yo.
Yeah. And they're going to go, I wish my wife did that.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Absolutely.
50K? That's taking $50K off the top? Yeah.
And this is not shocking. This is the internet. This is the internet where you can find anything. There's an audience for any task.
Being paid to fart, something we're all doing anyway.
Yeah. We're the idiots because we're doing it for free.
Yeah.
Well, she only records
right now.
She only records her videos when she's alone in the home, and then she posts them for her 300 OnlyFans followers. They pay $4.99 a month to get access to him. Now, Emma also does make custom videos for her top clients, which she charges $7 a minute.
Think she can squeeze out happy birthday?
I know what to get you for your birthday, though.
I knew a couple people who could do it on command.
There we go. How much? $4.99?
Why didn't you give that microphone pink eye? You should have leaned into it.
No, I've known people who have farted directly into the microphone before. It's one of the most foul things you can do, especially on a
shared microphone.
Several $1,000 microphone that we all share.
Yeah, that's fine. COVID just happened. We still got swipes. We got a little antibacterial wipes all over this place. Just douse it with hand sanitizer.
Well, like I said,
on.
she now makes $4,200 a month from the clips. Now, Emma said when she began camming back in 1999, she was working full-time as a travel agent.
Yeah, what a loser. That's a nerd job. Now she's ripping it into a camera and getting paid. That's what's
exactly.
up.
In 2005, actually, her camming career became so lucrative, she quit her job.
In 2005, so she's been doing this a while.
A long time.
That's awesome. I'm for it. Why not? I'm not going to subscribe because I'd rather keep $5.
and that's it. And this is why she goes public, to take it to the next level. The husband's like, well, listen, with this, I could quit my job.
Right.
If you get more, and kids, shut up. This is going to pay for your college. You want a car? Shut up. You like that iPhone? Shut up.
I like your parenting style, Bradshaw.
Just shut up.
Just shut up.
Just shut up and hand me the cauliflower.
So our texting service is fabulous. Someone said, OMG, my wife would kill at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to out him, Eric.
In fact, I think all wives and all girlfriends would be pretty good at this. Because a lot of times, at least in my experience in the world of dating, and including my fiance, they never do it out in public. They always save it. And then they save it until they're home. And then it's just the Niagara Falls.
Oh,
of
really?
flatulence. Yeah.
Well, you
Not
heard
in my house.
Well, yeah, you heard the woman, this cam lady.
Yeah,
said
Emma.
She only does it when she's the only one home, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, I don't know. When it happens, it seems like if you don't do it, you're going to explode.
Is that what you tell Ross?
Yeah, it's like, he and I are close.
Well, we're always having a duet on the breaks, and sometimes during the segments. My question for you, Deb, is when do you do it?
Yeah, Deb.
Do you do it here? Do you do it at home?
I do not do it here. And when I'm home alone in the bathroom or by myself. But
Okay, see,
no,
when you're by yourself.
when I'm by myself. And
Which
then I try and
means-
make it a performance, and I laugh myself silly.
And you live with somebody else,
Yeah.
which then proves my point
Yeah.
that women are just saving it until
Yeah.
all of a sudden that needle starts, red lighting.
Yeah, it's like, gotta go.
No, then you run outside. I got to go take the garbage out.
Yeah, that's odd.
How old is this lady, Emma?
48, remember?
Oh,
A
that's
very
right.
young
That's right. Very young
48.
48.
Very young 48.
I am team ladies being flatulent, man. I really am. Be comfortable
getting
in
paid
front
for
of
it?
me.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I want to live in a world. Let me just throw this out here, okay?
All right.
I don't get the stigma behind it. All right? A sneeze happens, people go, God bless you. You
Not around
toot,
here.
you fart, and guess what happens? Everyone goes, oh my God, what a pig. Those are both surprises leaving orifices. I don't, why does God get brought up in the other one, and then the other one, you're Satan?
My ex-husband used to always say, oh, pretty girls aren't supposed to do that.
Well, God, man, I hate your ex-husband. That's back-to-back days of me just going, this
And you
guy
just said, God.
is a POS.
Yeah, but that was so I've learned. So it's like now it's like, nope.
What's his first name?
Michael.
I'm never naming my child Michael because of your ex-husband.
Well, thank you, Ross.
That's a guarantee.
And you know what we're gonna do for you at 6:45 tonight? We've got a little early birthday present for you, Ross. That's what we're gonna do for you in exchange for that declaration of love and loyalty.
It's got to be some sort of gag gift. It might actually be like a ball gag. Some sort of joke.
Jack won't meet your eyes.
May not be wrong.
We're going to take a quick break, though. When we come back, we're going to talk to Cora Burcham of Save the Manatee Club for Animal House right here on The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Your chance to win $1,000 is just minutes away on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the rest, buy from the best, goldsmithjewelry.com.
Well, avoid northbound travel on 417. A serious crash blocking the right lane has traffic at a standstill between Aloma Avenue and Redbug Lake Road. We're seeing heavy traffic still eastbound on I-4 between Osceola Parkway and State Road 535, as well as westbound between World Drive and 429. We're heavy now south on 429 between Sinclair Road and I-4. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Summer is here, and Audible is ready. Whether it's about road trips or just a return to your daily commute, stream bestsellers, new releases, great originals, and podcasts all in one app. Try it free for 30 days at audible.com.
Man, what a great time to finally get out of glasses or contacts, man. No better time than summer in Florida, hitting the beach, enjoying yourself. Why not try vision correction surgery, man? The Filatowski Eye Institute can take care of you. They use the latest LASIK technology called Smile LASIK, minimally invasive, faster recovery times, get you back to work or play way sooner. And on top of that, Chief Surgeon and Medical Director Dr. Conrad Filatowski is recognized as one of the top 3 smile surgeons in the U.S. You're in great shape, in good hands. 24-month interest-free financing available for qualified patients, and all you have to do is text 1041 to 868686. Again, that's 1041 to 868686 for the Filatowski Eye Institute.
Hi, I'm Susan, and I'm a school teacher, and my husband is a firefighter. One day, we got the worst call of our lives. Our son was in a serious accident. We heard Glenn Klausman on Real Radio and called him to help. Mr. Klausman genuinely cared about our son and fought multiple insurance companies to get us a great result. We could reach him 24/7 on his cell phone. Mr. Klausman was our guardian angel.
I'm Glenn Klausman. Contact me at klausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com. Office, Winter Park.
With 7-Eleven 7 Rewards, you can get a 79-cent Big Gulp drink full of whatever you're into. It's a totally judgment-free zone, just as long as you have 79 cents. Soft drinks, craft lemonades, energy drinks, sports drinks. Mix them, don't mix them. This is America. Inside that Big Gulp cup is a big, safe space to let your freak flag fly with 79 cents. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Expires 8/24/21. 79 cents plus tax were applicable at select stores. See app for terms.
Every day, someone comes up to me and says, Amy, how amazing is Xfinity Internet? And I always say, guys, I could go on and on about how it gives you more than just fast speeds for all your work, school, and everything from home needs, but I have places to be. I'd also mention you can save up to $400 a year on wireless when you add Xfinity Mobile and get nationwide 5G at no extra cost. But I gotta run. I have a thing. Really, it happens all the time. Can your internet do that?
Save on your wireless bill when you get Xfinity Internet and mobile together for just $40 a month. You'll get internet for 12 months with a 1-year agreement and mobile with our 1 gig wireless data option. Visit an Xfinity store to learn how our Switch Squad makes switching fast and easy. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 8/8/21. Restrictions apply. New performance starter internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Compares optimized pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
You do not want your AC to break down when it gets hot in the summertime in Central Florida, so make sure you get hold of Mills Air. They can help you with preventative maintenance on all brands. Preventative maintenance can save you so much money. They can detect upcoming breakdowns and you're not stuck. MillsAir.com. That's MillsAir.com.
When emails are answered, workout is finished, kids are dressed, and the sun is barely up, it's time for McDonald's. Now with bundles, your order is automatic, like a sausage McMuffin and hash browns for $2 or a McDouble and small fries for $3 later. With so much juggling in a day, the easiest part is getting your faves with bundles at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Valid when product served. Offer not valid for McDelivery.
Take a break from the flame war. Your racist brother-in-law isn't going anywhere. Real Radio Orlando on Facebook. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Small business owners know cutting costs without cutting quality is tough. How do you trim expenses without hurting your business? Easy. Get Spectrum Business. Call 888-489-2212. Switch to Spectrum Business and you can get the best internet and phone services for half of what you're paying today. Cutting costs can be easy when you get Spectrum Business. Just call 888-489-2212. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
With RP Funding's digital mortgage, you can refinance your home loan to today's low rates from the comfort of your own home. Get started today and let me pay your closing costs. Lock in your low rate before it's too late. Visit rpfunding.com. NMLS 70168, Equal Housing Lender.
When you owe the IRS or state sales tax and can't pay, call J. David Tax Law for effective tax help. J. David Tax Law can stop IRS or state collection actions and protect you from financial ruin. Call J. David Tax Law for a no-cost consultation at 407-603-3962. That's 407-603-3962 or at jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
Start summering with Dunkin's new Sunrise Batch Hot or Iced Coffee. A bright and balanced full-body blend that's sourced from Kenya and Latin America. Enjoy a medium Sunrise Batch Hot or Iced Coffee for $2 today. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer exclusions apply.
Any legal issue, Kramer Law, onefirmforlife.com. Office is Altamont Springs.
Broadcasting live from the personal injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studio. Car accidents, other injuries, call pound 546 from your cell or visit whenyouneedus.com. You're listening to WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. We are an iHeart radio station.
Real Radio 104.1 has your chance to win $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword PAY, P-A-Y, PAY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and information. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's pay to 200-200, and may your efforts bear fruit.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Brilliant, Bradshaw.
You digging it? You like Peter Gabriel, don't you?
Man, I jammed out to Peter Gabriel, went down a little YouTube wormhole getting ready for work today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Games Without Frontiers. I just was in a Peter Gabriel mood.
It's funny, I had Games Without Frontiers ready to play for this segment, and then I'm like, wait, Animal House, I'll play Shock the Monkey. That's highly inappropriate.
Absolutely, and still a stellar choice.
Worth noting, Peter Gabriel, double biblical.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Like I said, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Got your first pay, our keyword of the afternoon, pay, P-A-Y. Text that to 200-200, then wait by your phone to find out if you're $1,000 richer. And while you do that, let's do Animal House.
She likes them fuzzy, furry, feathery, tough, and scaly. It's time for Animal House with Deborah Roberts.
Animal House is generously brought to you by Glenn Klausman of Klausman Law. We're going to tell you how to get in touch with that teddy bear of a man at the end of Animal House, but please join me in welcoming back Cora Burcham, the Director of Multimedia and a Manatee Research Associate for Save the Manatee Club.
Yay.
Hey!
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Cora, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, good. Thank you for coming back with us. I did want to share a little bit of good news with listeners before we get into the meat of the subject, Cora, which is going to be this record-breaking year for manatees, and it's not a good record. But we did have a manatee mom and a calf released back into the wild today after recovering at SeaWorld Orlando. Can you share anything more about their situation?
Yes, absolutely. So this is actually some really exciting news. I just got back from releasing Manny and Manilow, that's her calf, back into the wild over at Blue Springs State Park. We had rescued them earlier this year in March. Mandy had become really emaciated, not in good body condition. So the decision was made to intervene. So along with our partners from SeaWorld and Volusia County, FWC, we rescued the pair and they went to SeaWorld Orlando. And today we were able to re-release them back into the wild. Mandy rescued at 900 pounds, weighed in at almost 1,300 pounds today. So
Yay.
That's 400 pounds in 4 months.
I'm
Wow.
sorry. 900 pounds is considered emaciated?
God, I wish.
Wow.
Unfortunately, yes. For someone the size of Mandy, that was pretty skinny. And if you can imagine gaining 400 pounds in just 4 months, I don't know. But
What is the diet? What is the diet? Do you know what they give them, Cora, to put on that 400 pounds?
Yeah, believe it or not, it's actually romaine lettuce.
That's it?
Yeah. We were talking about that yesterday.
But I can't believe it's just romaine lettuce can put on 400 pounds in 4 months. You mean I've got to avoid that now, too?
I mean, it's got to be a lot of ranch salad dressing, too.
It's always
Cora.
It's always the salad dressing that gets you with
It's
the calories.
always. That's why you're supposed to have it on the side.
It was a cob.
I gotta have croutons. I think it's a texture thing.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit of cheese.
It must be the dressing. I mean, I guess I'd have to check up with SeaWorld again to see what they put in the dressing.
We just know it's not balsamic, that's for sure.
I don't think so, yeah.
Well, Cora, I did want to ask, it's interesting they released a mother and her calf, given what's going on with manatees right now. Obviously, the minds behind at SeaWorld, at FWC, and at Save the Manatee Club know what's best for Mandy and her calf. But for the rest of us, it kind of seems like an unsafe time to release a mother and calf when there's seems to be such a struggle for food out there.
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. So Mandy and her calf were released in the Blue Spring area, St. John's River, which is actually still an area that's doing pretty well. There's quite a few food sources for them. A lot of the manatees that have died from the loss of seagrasses were actually along the Indian River Lagoon that was in Brevard County along the Atlantic coast. So that area is really not a great area right now to release manatees. However, Blue Spring is actually providing quite good habitat for them. So we've seen a lot of calves being born in that area this summer already. We've seen a lot of healthy manatees in that area. So, and since they were rescued from Blue Spring, that's why we put them back out there.
Okay, Ross?
Yeah, Cora, you brought up SeaWorld, and I know this is years old, but what is your feelings about SeaWorld? Obviously, you just talked about what great things that they did with supporting this beautiful mom and son. I don't know if it's a son, but mom and kid manatee. What are the things about SeaWorld that us as a community here in Central Florida just simply don't get to see?
Yeah, that's actually a really great question. I'm so glad you're bringing this up because SeaWorld, along with FWC, Save the Manatee Club, and a bunch of other partners, we're actually all together in what's called the Manatee Rescue and Rehabilitation Partnership, in short, MRP. So those are all agencies that work together to rescue, rehabilitate, and then release sick and injured manatees. And there's 4 critical care facilities in the state of Florida, with SeaWorld being one of them. And they're actually currently housing 28 manatees that are needing critical care rehabilitations, anything from orphan calves to manatees rescued for boat strike injuries, entanglements, all those kind of things. And the public, actually, when you go visit them, you can see the backstage area now that is open to the public. They opened that, I think, about 3 or 4 years ago. So if you go sort of back behind where that front pool with the underwater viewing area is, you can actually see in the back how they're treating manatees, and you can see some of the sick animals, and you can talk to some educators right there who will tell you who got rescued for what and how they're treating them and all those kind of things. So they've really turned into a really great learning experience where people can, learn about those rescued manatees, which I think is a really important thing because people don't oftentimes realize where they go and what happens with them.
Because so many people just perceive SeaWorld as just a theme park that also showcases animals. But literally what you're saying is that SeaWorld is also a manatee hospital.
It is, yeah, absolutely. And of course, they also have, other attractions and all these rides. And that's primarily what people really come there for. But it's really interesting. They are one of the only 4 critical care facilities and really one of the biggest ones taking in manatees. So most of the ones that I'm personally involved with rescuing over at Blue Spring, they usually go down to SeaWorld or to Jacksonville Zoo. They have a critical care facility there as well. It's a little bit smaller than SeaWorld, but that's usually where our rescues go, just because it's the closest facility, so we don't have to haul them all across the state, so to speak.
So, and not just a theme park, but a large manatee hospital.
Well, and not just manatees, dolphins, seabirds, sea turtles. I mean, you name it. If it has anything to do with marine life, pelicans, SeaWorld, not just in Florida, but in Texas, California, they're one of the preeminent organizations that shows up. FWC and Save the Manatee Club wouldn't have the resources to be able to get these animals and then rehabilitate them to be able to put them out into the wild. So SeaWorld, I would imagine, Cora, I can go out on the limb and say is a great partner for wildlife organizations to get the job done.
Yes, it really is. And I mean, I do have to give credit to all the partners who work together on this, and
Right.
SeaWorld is definitely one of them, and a really big one, because quite honestly, like I just said, I think they're caring for, well, I guess it's down to 26 manatees now because we just released Mandy and Manilow, but who knows, they may have already gotten another rescue in this afternoon. It's usually we put one out and another one comes in, especially right now, summertime, boating season. There's always manatees in need of rescue and they need places to go. So we're grateful for all the partners who, take on these cases.
Cora, how do you move a manatee around? How yeah.
That's a really great question. It's a team effort. It's a really big undertaking. So like I just said, Mandy, she was about 1,300 pounds, and that's not even on the very large size. I mean, we have some manatees that are easily over 2,000 pounds. So they are basically, when we rescue them, they put a net around the manatee. It has a float line on the top and a lead line on the bottom, and that's sort of how it's scooped up, and then it's being put on a rescue boat, and then we put it in a stretcher that has 2 big metal poles on each side, and then we carry that manatee into a rescue truck. So what's really cool about manatees is they actually don't crush under their own weight. They can be transported on a pretty thick foam mat in a truck, like your regular U-Haul truck. Pretty much that's what it looks like. That's what the rescue truck looks like, and that's how we sort of drive them around. So since they're air-breathing animals, they don't need to be in the water to be transported, and that's how we move them. But I can tell you, it's a big undertaking. It takes up between 10 and 20 people to carry such a large manatee.
That's a thick animal, man.
That is. And Cora, listen, because we're dealing with, unfortunately, I don't know if the numbers are still pat, but I know a couple days ago we were 11 deaths away from breaking 2013's numbers, and we're only halfway through the year already. My concern is for those people who are listening that live on the Indian River Lagoon in Titusville over in Brevard County. There was video recently posted by someone in Titusville showing a manatee desperately looking for food. What's your advice from Save the Manatee Club for those residents? I know you probably don't want them going to Publix and throwing romaine lettuce in the water.
Yes, so unfortunately, we've just reached the record high mortality. We've had over 840 manatees, actually 841 total that died this year, which is really upsetting because like you just mentioned, 2013 was the deadliest year on record with 830 manatees. So now we're only in July. So the number I just mentioned, 841, is those manatees we lost in the first 6 months of the year. So this is definitely, a record that we did not want to see. And like I said, primarily, those manatees are dying along the Atlantic coast. Over 300 of those were in Brevard County alone. And most of them really died during the winter time, because this is the time when they come to these warm water sources and then they have to go out to find food, and there just wasn't enough food nearby. The summertime is giving them a little bit of what I want to call a break, because they have the ability to swim out further. They don't rely on these warm water sites, so they can actually go out and forage a bit further away. But come next winter, we may be seeing similar issues again. So that's a really big issue. So one of the things, we do want people to do, first and foremost, look for sick and injured manatees. If you do see them, report them right away to our partners at FWC. There's a hotline you can call. It's the 1-888-404-3922 number. It's a 24-hour hotline. So those animals can be getting rescued and released, and then rehabilitated and then released. Another thing, we encourage people to do, the underlying problem of all of this is really the pollutants in our waterways. It's all these nutrients getting into the water, be it from leaking septic tanks, fertilizers, runoff from lawns, agriculture. It's a whole slew of things. And it's something, it's not easy to fix that. So we really discourage people from fertilizing their lawn in the summertime, especially right before it rains. All that stuff ends up in the waterway, creating these massive algae blooms that cloud out the seagrasses. The seagrasses die off, and in terms, the manatees are not having enough food sources. Feeding manatees is really not a good idea. First of all, it really habituates them to people. They're super curious. They're the gentle giants of the sea, and they have no fear. So if they associate people with food and they're approaching docks and marinas and boats, that can turn into a really big issue. So that's the number one reason why we discourage that. We do understand people think, they want to make a difference. They want to, they want to take action. But unfortunately, it's not a good idea to feed or water them, particularly, like I just said, manatees, they do eat quite a bit, and, they eat up to 10% of their body weight in a single day. And providing that much romaine lettuce to them, it's not going to be feasible. And then last but not least, a lot of people were trying to feed the manatees at the end of the winter time. And had that occurred, had the manatees, they had actually stayed in that area instead of following the natural migration to go out and look for forage, they would have just stuck in those areas where there's no natural food, waiting for people to throw food out at them, and they would have not moved away. So this would have actually caused more harm than good. So that's why the whole feeding situation, it's a tricky subject. I really understand people really want to make a difference. They feel like it is a hungry animal. I want to give them food, but we just have to think about the consequences as well.
So the best thing for them to do is to go to savethemanatee.org to get more information on helping the folks who know best how to help these animals make a connection. Right, Cora?
Yes, that would absolutely be my recommendation. Go to our site and also report sick and injured manatees to the FWC.
And give me that phone number again, Cora.
Sure. The phone number for FWC is the 1-888-404-3922.
Got it.
Excellent. Thank you, Cora. We're going to put all of this information up, make it available. I'm going to post the Animal House podcast. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. I know you had a class right up until 4 o'clock. So thank you for making it happen and joining us today. We hope to have you back on real soon and with much better news to report.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And as always, Animal House is brought to you by Clausman Law. Have you or someone you love been in a car, truck, or a motorcycle accident? If they have, they need to call Clausman Law. And one of the reasons why is because you're never going to get passed over to a caseworker. Glenn is going to personally handle your case and most likely give you his personal cell phone number. Just one of the many reasons why year after year he's voted legal, elite, and super lawyer. He's also an animal lover and a true friend of the show. So again, if you've been in an accident, give him a call at 407-917-1718 or check him out online at clausmanlaw.com. That's KLAUSMAN law.com. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more fun on The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Next up for Orlando City, it's Toronto FC this Saturday. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on our sister station, FM 96.9 The Game and iHeartRadio.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the rest, buy from the best, goldsmithjewelry.com.
Well, traffic's at a standstill due to this crash north on 417 between Aloma Avenue and Redbug Lake Road. The right lane remains blocked here. Eastbound travel on I-4 is stop and go between U.S. Highway 27 to Osceola Polk Line Road. We're seeing heavy westbound delays, too, between Osceola Parkway and 429. Southbound 429 solid, too, approaching I-4. See traffic problems? Call the Safe Touch Security Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Walt Disney World.Jobs.
Be a part of the magic. Walt Disney World Resort is offering a hiring bonus of $1,000 for housekeeping and select culinary roles. Receive weekly pay, tuition assistance, and childcare support. Visit WaltDisneyWorld.Jobs to apply. That's WaltDisneyWorld.Jobs.
We live in the sunshine state, and you should put that sunshine to work for you. What I'm talking about is going solar, like I did back in 2013. Man, since then, I am over $10,000 in savings just on my power bill. My power bill this past month was just over $50, and that's, running the AC every day. And it is, summer in Florida. How many power bills are you going to pay before you go to SolarSource.com? Solar Source is the company to use. They are the most experienced solar provider in Central Florida. They've been doing it since 1984. They offer a 25-year warranty. It's from a company with a history to back it up. They've installed over 60,000 solar systems in Central Florida in that time. Even if you currently have a solar system not installed by Solar Source, their service team can restore any system to peak performance. You can actually get a free savings estimate today from Solar Source. Go to their website. It's SolarSource.com. Now, when you speak to them, tell them Jack from Real Radio sent you. Again, the website is SolarSource.com. Get a free savings estimate today and stop paying so much on your power bill. Because when it comes to power, trust the source. Solar Source.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
Tickets are on sale now for our 2021 iHeartRadio Music Festival, September 17th and 18th in Las Vegas. Billie Eilish, Cheap Trick, Coldplay, Dua Lipa, Florida Georgia Line, J. Cole, Journey, Khalid, Lil Baby, Maroon 5, Nelly, Sam Hunt, Weezer, special guest performance by Phineas, and more on the T-Mobile Arena nighttime stage. Get tickets now through AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
Find out just how much you can save on your monthly mortgage payments at rpfunding.com. I'm Robert Palmer, and I want to help you save thousands by refinancing your home loan and letting me pay your closing costs. Rates this low can't last forever, so lock in today. NMLS 70168, Equal Housing.
If you're from Orlando, you know how we do food in the City Beautiful. We waffle our chicken in Metro Diner, udon our noodles at Bento Asian Kitchen, and ye can always find the golden tenders at PDQ. That's why there's DoorDash. Get food from every neighborhood in Orlando. Food so good, it'll make you happier than that other happy place in town. Download the DoorDash app now to find your local favorites, made by Orlando. Order on DoorDash.
My fellow Americans, R.C. Hill here from R.C. Hill Mitsubishi. I think it's high time we celebrate. To help you relieve stress and start having fun again. It's time to let freedom ride and break free from your old ride. and declare your independence in a nicer, newer car for just $7 down. Have you been feeling put down, fed up, or just plain tired? Then it's time to let freedom ride. So keep your cash and drive a new 22 Outlander for just $7 down. All RC Hill Mitsubishis include a lifetime limited warranty. Even if you've heard no in the past, America is a land of opportunity. And I believe everyone deserves to drive a nicer, newer car today. So kick your old ride to the curb and let freedom ride for just $7 down. But hurry, this celebration ends soon. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. Get free at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
$7 down requires bank approval. Negative equity may be refinanced. Example, stock number N12354. $7 down, $3.99 per month for 84 months. 3.9 APR. Offer absolute expires on July 31st, 2021.
Wawa and Chips Ahoy are teaming up to bring you handcrafted beverages that'll make your summer adventures epic. Like
going to the beach.
Going to the beach with a delicious and creamy Chips Ahoy milkshake. And
binging season 3 of that show.
Binging season 3 of that show with a tasty Chips Ahoy smoothie. Whatever you're doing this summer, make it epic. Chips Ahoy milkshakes, smoothies, and sundaes are here. Crafted to crave at Wawa. Wawa has the drinks you need to stay quenched, refreshed, and happy. Cool off with iced teas, lemonades, energy drinks, and more. Wawa has the refreshments you need this summer and the snacks to go with them. Stop in today for our $3 summer deal and get any 20-ounce Pepsi or Mountain Dew with any Lay's, Ruffles, or Doritos. Make Wawa your destination for the drinks and snacks you love. Gotta have a Wawa. Limited time offer. See store for details.
When I met you in the summer.
It's time to live, laugh, and create memories again with MSC Cruises. Join us on some of the world's most modern and innovative ships. Discover again at our new private island, Ocean Key MSC Marine Reserve, named Best New Cruise Destination. Escape on a weekend or 4-night cruise from Miami on MSC Meraviglia from $179 per person. Get free balcony upgrades and flexible booking changes. Call your travel advisor or visit msccruises.com. Restrictions apply. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
The free iHeart app, the one you use to listen to all your favorite radio stations and podcasts, is also your free music app. Yep, now you can collect and organize all the music you love into playlists for any mood or activity, and it's totally free. Your workout music, the make the hours fly by at work music, epic road trip music, all of it free for you to make the playlists for all of life's moments. Free to all and super easy to do. Start your playlist now on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
If you ever need our help, we're just a call away. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
So I feel no pain.
Hey, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Bet you feel like you could use some Novocaine if you're out on the roads right now, huh?
Ugh.
Yeah. It's dicey out there. It's gray. It's cloudy.
Yeah, it's also isolated. I didn't look at the radar. I know you're kind of addicted to doing that.
You know, time, weather, traffic, Jack. Time, weather, traffic.
Oh, yeah, so it's green and blotchy all over the state.
Yeah.
But it's like growing up, at least in New Jersey, if it rained all day, and it rained in anywhere you were going to go.
Right.
Right? In Florida, it's a different, beast. They'll come in, you'll have the afternoon boomers, and then, and it's... You could be raining in the middle of the state and go to the beach, and it's a beautiful day.
I remember seeing one of the best memes ever, and it was on Twitter, and it just said Florida weather, and it showed a car, and out your windshield, it was beautiful, blue, bright, sunny blue skies.
Mm-hmm.
In your side view mirror, looking back, sky was black.
Right.
Looked like it was nighttime. That's the difference.
Looked like the 50s.
So, yeah, it just means, packing a little bit of extra patience when you're on the road.
People texting in, they want to know where they can get info for the comedy show for Ross and
Yeah.
Sabrina doing in Ocala, whether it's Ocala or Leesburg. The website to go to is orlandocomedy.com.
Ooh, that's great. That's like That's quite a few texts, Mr. Ross. So tell the people how they get the ticks.
You know what Jack just said? Oh, Lord, it's going down. I cannot wait to perform these real radio comedy shows because that's exactly what they are. Me and Sabrina are going to be out in Ocala, and then we are going to be out in Leesburg. July 24th, we're in Ocala at the Marion Theater. July 31st, I'm out in Leesburg at the Melon Patch Theater.
These are Saturday night gigs?
These are Saturday night gigs.
Ooh,
Yeah, so
that
if you're
means
in-
Chris and I'll probably see you at the Leesburg gig.
It's
How
it's
far
a
from
date
Leesburg
night.
are you?
Oh, 20 minutes?
That's it?
That's it.
It's a date night. We call it the Real Radio We Come to You tour because they are not in Orlando. Me and Sabrina live in Orlando.
Yeah, but I mean, you had that vision a while back at the, last year you were talking about wanting to do things because our listening area it's pretty extensive.
Oh,
from,
yeah.
Just reaching into St. Augustine, down the coast, past Palm Bay, into Vero, then across the state, through Kissimmee over to just Ybor City, right when you're getting by the Hard Rock, the signal starts to fade and, all points north. So it extends way beyond just Orlando proper. And a lot of the people in those outer areas don't really have a chance to interact with us as much. And Ross is like, I want to go to these people.
That's
Absolutely.
brilliant, Ross. That's brilliant because someone like myself who lives out in Mount Dora, which is real close, Mount Dora, Eustis, Tavares, Leesburg, I'm not going to drive the 30, 45 minutes to come into Orlando, party, and then another 45-minute drive out
And they
back
are
home.
They are both beautiful theaters. I really wanted I wanted two great venues because I wanted people to, go, wow.
Have a great night.
Yeah, this is one hell of a time. Also,
Top-notch entertainment.
nothing better than live entertainment in my eyes. So if you do want to go, which I'm pretty sure you do, go to orlandocomedy.com.
Because it's yourself, it's Sabrina Ambra, it is
Dwayne, who's been featured on this show.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's
it's
going to be
also-
fun.
It's also been Christoph Jean,
Yeah.
the host of the 15-second podcast that has absolutely just been tearing it up on the internet.
Well, we've seen him live too before. I mean, he's hilarious as well.
He's very funny.
He's a joke smith. That's
'Cause
what I like to call him.
I think I've seen a show of yours every year that we've worked together.
Watch out. Watch out.
So if you haven't seen Ross live, and Sabrina as well, Dwayne, all of them.
I'm trying to cut a rug.
I remember that's dancing.
Yeah, I know. But dancing well. So I'm going to be dancing/comedy well. I didn't mean to I don't feel like I have to explain that. I think still in context, do you understand what I mean?
Don't worry, he's going to get more rest before Leesburg and Ocala.
All right, what are you talking about? I'm hyped up. I'm stoked. I'm a Red Bull without wings.
I do remember the first time I saw Ross do stand-up, and it was at the Monsters Comedian of the Year competition.
Oh.
Because I saw him first, and it's like I met him and stuff, and then I saw when he did his stand-up, I'm like, oh, he was meant to do that.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
It's a little different than what you are hearing right now and what you hear for Ross thoughts.
So if you like Ross on the radio, you're going to like him more in stand-up, and if you hate him on the radio like
You're
me,
gonna love
you're
him.
going to love him doing stand-up.
I believe in that. I really do. If you're like, God, that stupid millennial on that Jim Colbert show, then come on out and see if I'm like a fungus and I'll grow on you. or maybe an STD,
He's
whatever
a fun
you're into.
guy. He's a fun
I bet
guy.
you'll be wearing a watch.
I will be wearing a watch. I always wear a watch.
Aha, I knew it.
I'm wearing a
Points.
watch right now. And the only reason why is because I know what I look like and I need to really look like I know what I'm doing.
Not at all. Someone
Hence
just
the
texted
watch.
us, just moved to Leesburg, looking forward to me first Ross stand-up show.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Big T is saying, Ross, you got to come back to Melbourne, do some comedy out on the Space Coast.
I did. I've been. So that's the whole reason why I did these comedy shows is because I would travel out for these random gigs and I would go, my God, the support is insane.
Yeah.
Out in Port Orange, out in Daytona. So I was like, let me find two good theaters that is not in Orlando, and that just so happens to be in Ocala at the Marion Theater, and then over in Leesburg at the Melon Patch Theater. They're beautiful venues, and there's one thing I love about doing just comedy or just entertainment as a whole is I get my socks off over great venues. Is that weird? Was that weird for me to say?
The way
the
you
socks
said it
part.
was a little weird. I understand your appreciation for a venue, but
Yeah, that was a little.
I love a good
even
venue.
socks with you is
Yeah, I
also
can't.
not
Yeah,
the best euphemism.
No, I mean
Yeah.
I've bought socks for everyone on the show before, but I feel like with you, it's like I'm hitting on you.
Well, guess where? Guess where
funny.
baby socks come from?
Oh.
Your socks.
My
That's
socks.
where baby socks come
I'm
from.
basically Jesus for socks.
Oh.
I should write a sock Bible.
As
And I won't-
a Catholic, I don't know if I want that to be the show title.
Well, don't worry.
Jesus for socks.
I'm the Jesus of socks, and I won't be taking that 6th day off. I'm full-time committed to my socks.
Jesus of socks.
There we go. If I were your fiance, I
it's-
would be so hurt right now.
It's the running show title.
Which sucks because Jesus didn't even have socks, man.
No, he was sandal.
Yeah, you know
Like a
how hot it
Birken-
is out
I think
there.
they were Birkenstock.
Or
Or
maybe-
Come on,
or
man.
they might have been Teva.
If Jesus was a sock guy, that means he's a shoebie.
I do love a Teva.
Yeah.
That's a good sandal right there.
I don't know any. What's a Teva? Sounds like you're
It's
mispronouncing
It's
TiVo.
a brand of.
It's a brand
yeah,
of sandal, like for like people who hang 10 and surf and stuff.
So like, yeah, dude, all right.
No, out, dude.
Little tunnel out, just I don't know. I've had some surfer friends, and they speak in a different language.
Having lived in California, it's interesting you say that because when I was getting ready to move back, I remember I said to them, "You people really talk like that."
Yeah.
You thought it was only
I waited.
a comedy
I waited.
bit?
I did because this is the Valley Girl era, right? So like everybody was like, "Oh my God, cake me with a spoon." But I was like, "You people really do talk like that," and they were like what?
I personally love it though when someone has their own vernacular and they're just bulletproof confident. I would say Brazilians do that. Granted, sometimes it's a language barrier, but I wish I could be as confident as a Brazilian speaking English. They nail it.
Yeah.
I remember I once asked a Brazilian mom, "How old is your daughter?" And she went, and this daughter is like no more than 2.5 feet tall. She looked at me right in my eyes and went, 35. Now, how old is your daughter? 35. She's 35.
I had an aunt who never understood anything we said, so she followed everything with, "Oh, really?
That's perfect.
Oh, really? Oh, really?"
That's so cool that your
Hey, we
aunt
just saw
is
a
the
dog
owl.
got killed. Oh, really?
Did she ever ask you how
many
licks does it take
to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop?
Did she ever bite your neck and go, "Oh, yes"?
So we have,
I love her cereal Count Dracula. It's so good.
Jorge works on our floor cleaning the building.
Yeah.
And,
Great guy.
Had a conversation. Well, I thought I was having a conversation with him yesterday. I see we're both like trapped in the same room.
Right.
I was using the urinal. He
he
was cleaning. And I'm just
awkward.
And he was what was really awkward is his partner, the female version of Jorge, had to leave.
Right.
But when we go to the bathroom, all we carve out our bathroom trips. There's like a 2-minute window.
That's it.
It's during a break.
Stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah, we got to go. So it's not like, I'll come back in 5. No, I got to go now. But so she leaves, and I'm just like, Jorge, how long does it take you to, clean the whole building? Because he's always working.
Always.
We always see him working. And he goes, yeah, and he didn't understand. So I kind of reworded it, and he just goes, yeah. And I'm like, all right. So he didn't understand. I'm just going to pretend like it wasn't a question and just continue doing my business. Because I'm like, wait, either he understood me and he was afraid that I was tracking his hours.
Oh,
like
I hadn't thought about that.
Like, so how long does it take you to clean this floor, right?
How come the Blanco man asked me questions, eh?
Right. So, and he just, and I'm like, okay, we both know, we have no idea. This conversation is going nowhere. I'm just gonna keep the head nods now.
Exactly.
This is kind of messed up, though.
Kind of, hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I don't know if this is... No, this is definitely a bad thing.
What's that?
What?
Because he said his name was Jorge to you?
Yeah. Did he tell you it was George?
He told me it was George.
Because, and I knew that because when I asked him, he told me his name was George, right? And then I went to a coworker who's bilingual, and I go, hey, what's the cleaning guy's name? She goes, Jorge. I'm like, uh-huh.
All right.
He tells the gringos his name is George.
I don't know if I like that.
And then he tells Hispanics that his name is Jorge.
Okay,
so I went up. I'm like, Jorge. It's like, and I like Jorge because I could go hip hip Jorge. Hey!
I'm sure he loves it.
Which is probably why he pretends to understand me.
No, that's why he told you his name was George.
Yeah.
He can't go hip, hip, George.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, isn't George and Jorge
It's the same thing.
It's the same
Jorge
name.
is this Spanish version of George.
Yeah, there is no Spanish version of Ross.
I know there's an Italian version.
Is there?
Rosario.
Oh.
Rosario.
Rosario could probably...
Rosa.
Rosa.
There's no Spanish version of Jack. So
Hack.
When I was taking Spanish several times in middle school, high school, college, and then post college.
Jackalito.
I was Juan because they just assumed Jack is from John, which is mine. It's not, but okay. And then one year I had a teacher just said, "Okay, your name is Diego." So for 1 year in Spanish, I was Diego.
Jackalupo.
Jacalupo.
I mean,
Que
Deb,
guapo.
is that?
Lo siento, silver.
It's just Deborah, right?
Deborah. Yeah, that's all they would say.
That's cool.
But what's funny was we had a dog, three-legged dog, Great Dane named Batman, but they can't say bat the way that we say bat.
Yeah.
So it was always hearing called Buttman. Buttman.
That's great.
Buttman.
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 Is what it ended up sounding like.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, you still have a few more minutes to text the keyword PAY, P-A-Y, to 200-200 for your chance to win $1,000. But if you wait around for about 20 more minutes, we got another keyword coming up for you at 5 o'clock. And listen, let's continue with this theme. Coming back from the break, I'm going to share with you a British man who shared his 3 biggest culture shocks he faced after moving to America. We'll share those with you next, right here on The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
You text us at 77031 and we say it on the air. Sometimes.
We might even give you credit.
Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. Well, the showers and storms we've had all afternoon will start to dissipate well after sunset. We'll have a quiet overnight. The temperature 74 for a low tomorrow morning. Topping out at 90 for the high Thursday, but the big difference is the rain tomorrow. We're not going to see as much of it. The chance for it, only 30%. So a lot of us enjoying full sunshine. A 30% chance for rain across Central Florida this time of year means that we will have a couple of isolated storms, but not the widespread coverage. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Connect has amazing prices for everything on your back-to-school list. Right now, 8 packs of Pep Rally No. 2 pencils, Staples pencil cap erasers, and Staples comp books are just 50 cents each. Offer ends 9/18/21. Pencils available in-store only. Offers may vary online. Staples.
Do you live in Leesburg? Do you live in Ocala? Or anywhere close? Introducing Real Radio's We Come to You Comedy Tour.
I wouldn't call it a tour, it's 2 shows.
2 shows is a tour, Ross.
All right, man, I was just trying to help.
Ocala, July 24th, Marion Theater. Leesburg, July 31st, Mellon Patch Theater. Super famous people like Kevin Hart.
Nope, I guarantee you Kevin Hart will not be there.
You never know. Tickets at OrlandoComedy.com. Once again, tickets are at OrlandoComedy.com. Kevin Hart will not be there, but Ross Padgett and Sabrina Amber will.
Thank you for calling Navy Federal Credit Union. How can I help you?
Hi, if I'm in the Army, not in the Navy, am I still eligible for membership?
Yes, you are.
What about my sister in the Air Force?
Her too.
And my dad's a Marine.
We serve all branches of the military, veterans, and their families.
My dog is a retired military working dog.
I'll see what I can do.
Find out if you're eligible at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
The summer of Cannes is here, and that means you can do things like go to pool parties and rock that swimsuit, because natural is in, like with Heineken, made from 100% natural ingredients with their premium malt and their famous A yeast. And what better summer workout than taking in the sun poolside and sipping the crisp, ice-cold can of Heineken. Pick up a pack or get it delivered and put the can back in summer, and that can be your six-pack. Must be 21 or over to purchase. Please drink responsibly.
The Summer of Trucks sales event is going on right now down at Nation's Trucks. Ford, Chevy, Dodge Ram, and GMC. Interest rates as low as 1.99% and no payments till November with approved credit. Start driving the truck that you deserve. Visit nationstrucks.com today.
My crusade for the perfect pizza crust has led me here, pining over a backyard wood-fired oven. But how do I bake this build into my budget? Where can I get some solid guidance on my finances? Who can help me understand if I have the dough for this?
A little financial advice. At Regions, we know that's important because your Life Green checking account comes with Greenprint, financial planning with a banker who will help you create a personal budget and live in the moment. Make your appointment at regions.com/greenprint. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
Hello, Florida. Switching to Geico is a good idea, especially when you consider everything.
First off, Geico makes it easy to switch, and you can contact your local agent for personalized assistance.
But having a trusted insurer in your life could make you feel so secure that you'll want to do something dangerous like run through a cactus patch, and that never ends well.
Well, if you switch to Geico, you could save hundreds on car insurance, and you could keep saving by bundling your motorcycle, boat, and RV, plus your renter's insurance.
But saving money might make you want to giggle gleefully, and when your mouth's open, a stray acorn could fall in there. It happens a lot, actually.
Well, they do have an industry-leading mobile app you can use to pay your bill, file and manage a claim, or add a new driver. And they offer discounts to military and federal employees.
And that might make you so happy that you start whistling all the time. Who likes whistling? Name one person.
Well, Geico is the largest car insurer in the state and has been saving people money for 85 years. It's hard to beat that.
But you're right.
Switch to Geico. It's obviously a good idea.
Twin Peaks Orlando is hiring all positions, including line cooks and support staff. If you're interested in working in a fun and exciting environment, apply in person today at Lake Buena Vista, iDrive, or Altamont Springs. Or text TP Jobs to 85000. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Hey everybody, Jay Farner here, CEO of Rocket Mortgage and Rocket Companies. Last year we saw historically low mortgage interest rates. In fact, over 1 million homeowners took advantage of refinancing or buying a new home with Rocket Mortgage. What you may not know is that interest rates are already starting to increase again, and it's likely that trend is only going to continue. Our team of experts is standing by to help you save before rates go up. With an official mortgage review from Rocket Mortgage, you'll see just how much money you could save by making a move right now. Don't look back over these next few weeks and wish that you had taken action. You could save hundreds on your mortgage payments or pay off your home loan earlier than planned. You could even take cash out of your home to pay off high-interest debt, complete home repairs, or bulk up on an emergency fund. When you want to secure a low rate, Rocket can. Call 833-8ROCKET or visit rocketmortgage.com.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Summertime is a great time for a beautiful new fence from our friends over at Mossy Oak Fence. You know, a Mossy Oak Fence will add appeal and value to your home and, more importantly, provide safety and security for your family, for your children, and for your pets. Mossy Oak Fence also sets the standard for quality, offering the best warranty in the business. We're talking premium, quality custom fences that are built to last. Call or visit mossyoakfences.com, where your family's safety and security is their number one priority. It's mossyoakfences.com.
Hitting the McDonald's drive-thru for a frozen drink is refreshing.
Hey, welcome back.
But doing it twice in one day? Now you're on to something. Stay cool with any size frozen Coke or frozen Fanta Blue Raspberry or Wild Cherry for just $1.79 each. Or chill out with any size McCafe iced coffee for $1.79. It's more than a drink. It's a McDonald's drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Coca-Cola and Fanta are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
This year full of real radio is brought to you by Clausman Law. Car crash? Call Glenn Clausman. ClausmanLaw.com.
Instagram, it's not just for dog pick. Oh my God, look at this cute puppy.
At Real Radio 1041.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio.
104.1.
The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Little gorillas for your Wednesday afternoon drive. Hope it's a good day so far. We do have another keyword coming up for you in about 14 minutes or so. Chance to win $1,000. 2 winners so far for Real Radio, Monsters and News Junkie.
Yeah.
But now it's time for the Jim Colbert Show to win one.
As long as Real Radio listeners are winning,
Come on.
I'm here for it.
Same here. Speaking of Jim Colbert, he is still with his mom, who is facing some health issues. We will know when he is back, when you will know he is back. It could be tomorrow. He could maybe be taking the rest of the week to be with family, which is where he needs to be. Yep. That's because we're holding down the fort without him. We're fine.
What does that mean?
That means we're fine. That means we're having fun.
Are we bugging you?
Joaquin. Apparently, our texting service has been telling us that Joaquin, I guess, is the Spanish name for Jack.
I would have loved that name.
That's a great name.
Well,
you could still change it, Jack.
After 9 years of Spanish?
Or maybe on Latin Lover Night, this is Thursday night of the Bradshaws, I'm now known as Joaquin.
And it works with your last name, Joaquin Bradshaw.
I'm digging Joaquin.
Isn't that's cool?
That's a great name.
That's an awesome name.
Yeah, 9 years of Spanish.
9 years. And you know what?
I can't say anything.
What's amazing is I'm like you, right? I took Spanish all through high school. I used to compete.
Really?
With we would do like debate club or poetry recitals in Spanish. Like I said, my mom and grandmother had to speak to the island dialect of patois to be able to talk about family gossip without me saying "Como no?"
Right,
but I understood.
But your mom speaks Spanish, right?
Well, she's from Colombia. Yeah.
So that's a yes, right?
That's a yes.
Okay, because I know. Well, we know Brazil. It's Portuguese.
Yeah.
In Brazil, but that's the only country in South America that is Portuguese. Everything else is Espanol.
I believe so.
Look at Jack getting confident at Portuguese.
Sí.
Tu pode falar pouquinho de português?
Yeah, com belumbago.
Puedo comer todos, Bradshaw.
Now, I think I just said I have a hairy belly button. I'm not quite sure.
Do you?
Can we see it?
Do you have a hairy belly button? Do you shave it?
I do not shave it.
All right, good. So that would have been weird.
Why, you like your boys with hairy belly buttons? Is that where we're going next, Ross?
First of all, let's not start that rumor. I don't like any boys at all. And I don't care if they have a hairy butt or whatever. God, Jesus.
Oh, my God. Let's just
come on. Just dump it.
We are
dump
just
it.
going to leave that there.
No, you don't want to leave it there.
We are leaving it right there.
I can grab that drop.
We don't need that.
449. Yeah, 449. Mark that.
If I hear that, if I hear this conversation and then Dan Stone followed up with the Jim Colbert Show, I'm not going to be happy.
Oh, I don't think Jack is going to care.
I like how he drops it like Jim
it's a
would.
threat. Yeah,
like Jim would.
I'm not going to be happy.
Yeah, Jim's not here, so I feel like I
you
feel
got to
like
fill in his shoes.
Not just me. I think we should all, have a little bit more Jim.
We just did, which is why we're keeping that cut of you saying, "I don't care if a boy has a hairy butt." That's what Jim would want, Ross. Rosario.
Actually, I'll say this.
You've already said enough.
And it's going to be worse, but
okay, good.
If your 8-year-old boy has a hairy butt,
think about this.
He's a werewolf. That's not natural.
Sure it is.
No 8-year-old should be having a wool sweater on their cheeks at the young age of 8. Something's wrong. It's a lichen.
No single grown man should be thinking about what's on an 8-year-old's butt.
I'm just calling out the obvious, man. If your 8-year-old boy is hairy, then you might have had too much fun with a bear.
He could be Greek. He could be Italian.
When conversations kind of devolve like this one has, I like to think
I don't
of
know what you're talking about.
Like our guest, Scott Maxwell, just looking at his radio saying, I came back from vacation for this.
I know. Is this what I have to take part in?
We're talking to Scott in about a half hour from now.
Yeah, because he bailed on us last week for his vacation.
What? He bailed. What? He's not entitled to a vacation?
No, he's not. Damn it.
Yeah, I mean, we pay him so much.
I know. I was just going to make that point, too. Yeah.
We match it to get some Sentinel.
What was that?
We do not.
No, I know we don't. We don't. But I am.
I renewed my Sentinel subscription. I got to make sure I brag about that to Mr. Maxwell.
Okay, good. You scared me there for a second.
I think you need a different opening noise.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking because I answered my phone.
Proud of you.
It's my home phone, which is only.
You have one?
Yeah, I do. I can't give up the number. I'm thinking one last year with it. I pay $5 a month with Uma. It's like internet phone, but I still have the same home phone number as I did since we moved in here, and it's the one that they have for the school and whatnot. So I keep it. One more year. I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, you know why? Because I guess it's easier for 911 to locate your home in an emergency when it's not on cell. So
I'm not even sure that.
Yeah, how is that? Our phones are straight up GPS trackers.
But I answered it, and then it's like they're like, "Hey, this is so and so with the Orlando Sentinel," and I knew my subscription was up because I just got the letter in the mail, and they're telling me it's up, and they wanted to know if I wanted to renew, and I'm like, I did. And they're like, okay, we can put it on credit card. I'm like, yeah, fine. And then I'm realizing, wait a second. That was an unsolicited call. Like, they called me.
Oh.
Right? And now I'm giving them my credit card. And I'm like, oh, that's a bad one. You shouldn't be doing that. But they provided enough information where I felt pretty secure
good.
that it was all legit.
What was your little pop quiz that you gave them?
Well, no, they knew my address. They knew everything.
Okay.
I figured, hey, if you know that much about me, you might as well take the Visa card, too. What the hell? Yeah,
All right.
if things go south, I'll just challenge it.
So I'm going to disguise my voice later when I call you. Mr. Bradshaw, this is Amy from the Orlando Sentinel calling.
Yeah,
I can't believe you have a home phone, man. Does it have dust? When you picked up that phone call, did spider webs get into your ear?
All right, well, there is dust on it, but that's a whole nother...
Is it corded? Is it corded?
It is not corded.
Oh,
it is
man,
not corded.
you sense that little small amount of pride?
Well, what I sensed in you was almost panic. What's the big deal if it's a corded phone?
Because it's even older.
Yeah.
So what?
It's even worse.
Yeah.
So what? Home phones, yikes. I mean... Though that's becoming dinosaurs.
Oh, it has been for the longest time, but it's still...
But it behooved me to keep it. For one, as we mentioned earlier in the show, my mom was living with us. So, although she had a cell phone, not really easy to operate,
Exactly.
For elderly people. And so the home phone was something she was familiar with. And then with kids having if your kid didn't have a cell phone, at a certain age, if they're home, you want to be able to reach home, and it's, unless you're going to get everyone cell phones, and now everyone seems to have cell phones, so it's not really needed now. I'm just been holding on to it. Because I like the number.
I have been vacillating for you. I would ask you what the number is since this is the second time you've mentioned how much you love the number, but...
I'll ask you what vacillating means.
It's a 407 Hot Love.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That sounds
Hot
vacillating.
Love con Joaquin.
What is vacillating?
Yeah, vacillating.
It sounds lubed up. If I vacillate something,
Vaseline.
do I breathe better?
Wait. Okay, let's do. How do you spell vacillate?
I'm still looking for
VAS.
Well, it's like going back and forth, right?
Vacillate.
Wavering between different opinions or actions.
There you go.
Going back and forth.
Yeah.
You vacillate.
Vacillate. I like that
Oh,
word.
See? Feel free to use.
V-A-C-I-L-L-O.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was VAS. Hey,
I don't know. Vacillating just sounds a little dirty.
put it in your diction there for you.
Yeah,
See?
will do.
And this texter, 77031, says, LOL, they still have their corded phone from the 60s. Ross, they might be collector's items now. Right?
Good
At
point.
this rate, sure.
I just remember we grew up, we had the kitchen phone, so it was a wall kitchen phone,
Yep.
rotary dial.
Oh yeah.
But that cord had to be long enough because the only way you'd have to go into another room
Exactly.
with the handset, and that cord had to be long enough.
And then when you stretched it out and it didn't get that spring back into it anymore, so then you'd have to run over to Radio Shack and get a brand new phone cord.
It was like, yeah, those cord. I do remember when I was young, there was the very long cord.
Oh, yeah. It could stretch from one end of the house to the other.
Yeah, it's bad news if you're suicidal because that cord ain't doing it.
I remember when my older sister got her own phone in her room.
Ooh,
and then
that was never allowed.
She had a princess phone.
Oh, I always wanted a princess phone. All right, I'll get over it.
When's your birthday?
January.
Sorry, Ross's birthday is next, and we have a special surprise for him later today at 6:45, an early birthday gift.
Yes, we do. Be here for it. You're going to want to be here for it. Listen, coming up in a little less than 3 minutes, we've got another keyword for you to text for your chance to win $1,000. And when we come back, a little quiz. We want to see if Jack and Ross are zaddies.
I am vacillating over this birthday gift.
There's
Your
zaddies.
chance to win $1,000 in your hand is minutes away on Real Radio 104.1. Brought to you by Mills Air.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the rest. Buy from the best. Goldsmithjewelry.com.
Well, officials have finally cleared this wreck northbound on 417 between Aloma Avenue and Redbug Lake Road, but it has left behind some very heavy delays, so prepare for that if you're traveling that way. We're still seeing heavy traffic eastbound on I-4 between U.S. Highway 27 in Polk County to Osceola Polk Line Road, as well as westbound between Osceola Parkway and 429. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Kerr.
This report is sponsored by SmartMouth, the only 24-hour mouthwash with twice daily use. Stay fresh out there with SmartMouth Mouthwash, the only mouthwash that provides 24 hours of fresh breath with twice daily use. So whatever the day may bring, you can stay sunny with a side of fresh. Grab a bottle today. Find SmartMouth in the mouthwash aisle at Walgreens or visit smartmouth.com to find a retailer near you.
It's hot. That's right. It's hot because we live in Central Florida. It's going to be hot for a while. Make sure your AC is ready for the heat that Florida has to offer. If you're new to the state, let me give you a heads up. Mills Air, that's who you need to call. And even if you've been here for a while and you're looking for someone you can lean on with that integrity and honesty that you can trust, Mills Air is the company. Been doing it here in Central Florida for almost 30 years. And trust me, they know what they're doing. It was built by one guy. The exact way you want a company like this to come up with a guy who just had an idea that he was going to do it a little better. Next thing you know, 60 vans to cover you wherever you are in Central Florida. He can certainly take care of you. That's Leon Mills. Carrier factory authorized dealers means up to $2,700 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. Turn to the experts at Carrier, and for sure, turn to Mills Air, family owned and operated, and ready to help you today. 407-277-1159. Find out more online at millsair.com.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed effortlessly adjusts and responds to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Save up to $1,000 on select Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds and adjustable bases, plus special financing, only for a limited time. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Need to turn your home equity into cash? This is Robert Palmer, and home values are at an all-time high. Smart homeowners are accessing home equity at today's low rates, but don't use your home equity to pay closing costs. Let me pay them instead. Visit rpfunding.com for details. NMLS 70168, Equal Housing.
When life-changing events happen, it's important to have somebody there to take the burden off of your shoulders. At those moments, Kramer Law is there for you. If you were involved in a divorce or you're having a dispute with your ex, Kramer Law will be there to take care of you every step of the way. Life-changing events happen. Having a lawyer on your side is the smart move. No matter what the legal issue, we're here for you. Kramer Law, one firm for life.com. Office is Altamont Springs.
When I lost my Chase debit card, I was like... But I locked my card on my Chase mobile app, and that feels like... That's what security feels like. Card locked. Check and lock down your money with security from Chase. Control feels good. Learn more at chase.com/banking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Enroll in Chase online or on the Chase mobile app. Messaging and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
At Walgreens, we're committed to the fight against COVID-19. That's why we offer no-cost, contactless COVID-19 testing with same-day results at thousands of locations nationwide for patients ages 3 and up. Our pharmacy experts have administered millions of tests and are here to help when you need us. Schedule your COVID-19 test at no cost to you at walgreens.com/COVID-19 testing.
No cost to you with most insurance or government assistance. For ages 3 and up at select test locations. Test results turnaround time may vary by location depending on test type.
I've been watching this tree all year long, wondering on what side of the fence will the mango fall? Mine or my neighbor's? Well, the mangoes always fall on your side during mango season at Pollo Tropical, featuring the new Mango Habanero Barbecue Duels.
grilled chicken and pork with sides, or on a troppy chop with our new fries, topped with tangy mango habanero barbecue sauce. And since you can never have enough mango, we've got mango cheesecake and mango lemonade. Summertime is mango time at Pollo Tropical. And make it a party with our new $2 rum mojitos.
With all the new people moving here recently, we thought it'd be a good idea to explain International Diamond Center. If you've lived here a while, you already know this, so bear with us. International Diamond Center, also known as IDC, is not an ordinary jewelry store. It was started decades ago by a major East Coast diamond supplier, Keith LeClaire. Keith had international connections with diamond cutters and would sell diamonds to upscale jewelry stores. Then he decided to start selling direct to the public at prices that undercut traditional jewelers in a big way. This no middleman approach caught on big, and now IDC is one of the largest and most successful jewelers in America, still providing exceptional quality and astonishing value. So if you've just moved here from New York or California or wherever, know that IDC is the area's go-to place for diamonds, fine designer jewelry, and Swiss timepieces. Just be prepared to be a little shocked when you see how great our values are, especially compared to where you came from. International Diamond Center. Just another great reason you made the move south. Get details, directions, store hours, and more at shopidc.com.
When you owe the IRS or state sales tax and can't pay, call J. David Tax Law for effective tax help. J. David Tax Law can stop IRS or state collection actions and protect you from financial ruin. Call J. David Tax Law for a no-cost consultation at 407-603-3962. That's 407-603-3962 or at jdavidtaxlaw.com. Peace of mind is only a click or phone call away.
Best price the first time. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. Broadcasting live from the personal injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studio. Car accidents, other injuries, call pound 546 from your cell or visit whenyouneedus.com. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station.
Real Radio 104.1 has your chance to win $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword LOVE, 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 to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and information. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LOVE, to 200-200. And may your efforts bear fruit.
We now return to the Jim Colbert Show. Already.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Hope you're having a marvelous Wednesday. Thank you for spending part of it with us. We really love that, don't we, Jack?
No doubt about it.
Love, that's your keyword. 5 o'clock, text it to 200-200. Then wait by your phone. In less than an hour, you'll find out if you are $1,000 richer. Like I said, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Jim is spending some very important time with his mom, dealing with some health issues. In his place, you have the usual mayhem with Deb, Jack, and Ross. Or at least for the rest of today, I think I'm going to call Jack Joaquin.
Oh, I'm digging it.
Joaquin
His
Bradshaw.
Spanish name,
Ready?
Joaquin Bradshaw.
Let me try it. Joaquin.
Say it again, Joaquin.
Me llamo Joaquin.
Eso es, señor. Muy bien.
Mi
muy
perro es gordo.
Nice.
Your foot is fat?
My dog
fat
is
dog.
fat. Yeah.
Oh, your pet.
Oh,
Oh,
sí. Mi perro es gordo. Sí. El Gitor. Yeah.
But only one. It's only one of his feet.
Yeah.
It's a health condition. He has ankle swelling.
Well, listen, there's a reason why we're playing this really cool song. We're getting ready for another protest this afternoon, actually about an hour and a half away from more Cuban Americans taking to the streets here in Central Florida demanding change for their brethren in Cuba. Many, of course, family and friends they had to leave behind while they came to the States to make a better life. Today's protest, weather permitting, I guess, we still have some scattered showers throughout the area, and expecting that through the drive time is supposed to be at 4:36 and 4:34 at about 6:30 tonight. And I bring up the protest because this is an NPR article I came across today that said the hip-hop song that's driving Cuba's unprecedented protests.
Informer by Snow.
No. It's interesting. I mean, I know in my lifetime, I've never seen demonstrations like this in the streets of Cuba. They're dealing with dire shortages, everything from food, electricity, medicine. They're dealing with an uptick in COVID cases. So fed up Cubans are taking to the streets in unprecedented protests, and they're voicing their outrage through a song called Patria y Vida, Homeland and Life.
Sounds like it's a banger.
Well,
getting people moving.
Well, it's a challenge because I don't know what they're saying, so I don't know if they're saying anything we're not allowed to play.
I don't believe that they are. Some of the lyrics. Now, the slogan is a spin on the communist regime's decades-old slogan of Patria o Muerte, homeland or death. But in strong terms, right, this Patria y Vida song accuses the government of destroying the quality of life in Cuba. And you can see it on the signs in Central Florida, I mean, all over. Is Patria y Vida.
And
so the song says, no more lies.
Right.
My people demand freedom. No more doctrines. It calls for people to shout Patria y Vida and start building what we dreamed of, what they destroyed with their hands. So it is a collaboration between a group of Afro-Cuban reggaeton and hip-hop stars based in Miami, such as Yotuel Romero and Alexander Delgado, along with rappers Mikel Orsorbo and El Funky, who live in Cuba. And a YouTube video of the song has been viewed nearly 6 million times.
Yep. Actually, it's over 6 million now. Yeah.
Patria y Vida, meaning we can have patriotism, we can have our homeland, and we can have our damn life.
Yeah, they're not exclusive to one another.
They shouldn't be. And that's what the Cuban people are taking to the streets to say, damn it, give us back our country. Stop getting in our way. And it's music that's what's taking people to the streets. And I remember thinking, God, when is the last time in our lifetime that we could think of music stirring people to make a social change, a huge social change? And I thought about it, Jack, back in when we were younger, for us it was taking down apartheid. Because, I mean, up until reggae music, Peter Tosh and, Bob Marley, for most suburban kids, you didn't know what apartheid was.
Right. I remember Little Steven did a whole album with different artists all about, raising awareness for apartheid.
Yeah. And I remember between that and the Berlin Wall and, Band-Aid with, which kind of put a face on African famine.
Wait. Yeah, so Band-Aid, you had... then you had Farm Aid. So Band-Aid was the two concerts. They had the one in England and the one here in the States.
Right.
Bob Geldof put on. Yeah.
With the biggest artists of the day. But I think the only time we've ever really kind of given credit to music to kind of stir the soul and create this kind of scene was the Vietnam War.
Vietnam War had a lot of protest music. You didn't see, I don't think there was a lot of that in pop culture prior to that.
No, it was mostly like bubblegum music, right?
Yeah, so it was really in the 60s. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Fortunate Son, and so many others.
That was really kind of like the first time when pop music broke away from being nice and playing nice to giving voice to something that maybe made other people uncomfortable. But in this case, it has stirred not just the island nation of Cuba, but Patria y Vida it's being shouted from just about every street in every major city here in the state of Florida and around the country.
I'm looking at the English lyrics of it because I'm not going to say it in Spanish because that's borderline offensive whenever I try to do Spanish.
I wouldn't think so.
But these are some powerful lyrics right here. It is over. Your time is over. The silence is broken. It is over. The laughter is over. And the crying is already running. It is over, and we are not afraid. The deception is over. I know it ended. They are 62 doing damage.
So talking about 1962 and
the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah. But they're also
that was 61.
Yeah, they talk about so I guess Castro came in 59.
In 59, and then Bay of Pigs was 61, and then And 62.
But if so, the song is Patria y Vida, and you actually they had English subtitles on it too, which was helpful.
Good, because our biggest concern is, we want to bring you the story without, costing us our license. we don't want to do that as well.
We don't want that headache.
No, we definitely do not want that headache.
So the locally the protests for the people rebelling in Cuba is happening on the corner of 436 and 434. I mean, they don't have the great weather for it, but I don't think they'll let that stop them.
I doubt it. And we bring it up because, yesterday we had over 500 protesters who had swarmed Cimarron Boulevard and had blocked traffic for a short amount of time before police were able to move them up on the sidewalk. But with the rain, like you said, Jack, doubt that's going to damper their spirits to go out there and wave their signs for Patria y Vida. Just be aware, because with the rain, it might make them a little bit harder to see. And of course, when we think of other protest songs, we got 1939, Billie Holiday released Strange Fruit. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
She was soundly criticized for decades that followed her. A powerful protest song that stunned listeners with its horrifying depiction of black lynchings. Of course, after the death of George Floyd, you have Her, who came out with the song I Can't Breathe.
Right.
Trey Songz also came out with some songs as well.
Texter also mentioned Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Ohio.
Oh, yeah, after the Kent State shootings.
Yep.
So we have seen it. I guess it's awesome seeing music once again stir the souls of people everywhere and get them to take the change, make the change.
And so, Live Aid was that dual concert that
there
was
we
on
go.
In both. Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you, Real Mobile 77031.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We really, really appreciate it. And we're going to, of course, watch this story and continue to watch it because, of course, what goes on in Cuba, it's 90 miles away from the state of Florida, and most everyone here in Central Florida, Jorge, many of the people we work with some of our Spanish language stations here.
Don't forget George.
George, Joaquin, that's Zaddy. We work with a lot of folks who have a very vested interest with what's going on with their friends and family back in Cuba. We wish them the best. Safe protesting this afternoon for both sides, those who are driving and those who are waving the signs. We just thought we would give some props to some music. Patria y Vida. We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to check in with the King Zaddy himself. Yeah, Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell is back from vacation. Woo-hoo. He'll join us next on The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Thanks for listening.
Don't want to go so far as to say this is what we're here for, but 407-916-1041, Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center. Car crash? Call Clausman Law.
We're bumper to bumper now heading west on I-4 between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway. It's also very heavy between Osceola Parkway and 429. Southbound 429 still solid between Sinclair Road and I-4. We're seeing heavy delays still eastbound on I-4 between Osceola Parkway and 535, and also between U.S. Highway 27 and Osceola Polkline Road. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Wawa. Wawa and Chips Ahoy are teaming up to bring you handcrafted beverages that'll make your summer adventures epic with delicious and creamy Chips Ahoy smoothies, milkshakes, and sundaes. They're crafted to crave at Wawa.
Man, look, when it comes to protecting your home, your family, you got to have the right security system. Safe Touch Security, that's who I've used for over 10 years. Wouldn't change for anything. Here's why. You don't have to worry about their doorbells being recalled. You don't have to worry about their equipment setting your house on fire. And the reason why? Professionally installed equipment by professional installers, people who actually work for the company. There's a thought. Have somebody who really is in the security business install your security company's equipment and do it perfectly so you don't have any issues. Not to mention, only Safe Touch has that two-way communicator, gives you the fastest response by emergency authorities with professional installation and equipment, all that backed up with a guaranteed response and lifetime parts and labor warranty with free systems starting as low as $29.95 a month. And remember, you don't even need a phone line. On top of that, if you even have a system that's not being monitored but it's on your house, Safe Touch can monitor that system and give you a lifetime warranty for zero money down. And again, only $29.95 a month, no phone needed. On top of that, these guys can give you 24/7 advanced surveillance packages. Again, only $29.95 a month. These guys have you covered. It's who I've used to protect my family and belongings for 10 years, and I think you can trust them as well. Hop online at safetouch.com to learn more or call them 888-723-8682. Again, it's safetouch.com. State license ZF233.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
New hot and iced Sunrise Batch Coffee from Dunkin'. A bright and balanced, full-bodied blend brewed so you can get summering from sunrise to sunset. And even after that, because that's when you can show off those string lights you hung in the backyard. Or rehung. Enjoy a medium, hot or iced Sunrise Batch Coffee for $2. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
My fellow Americans, R.C. Hill here from R.C. Hill Mitsubishi. I think it's high time we celebrate. To help you relieve stress and start having fun again. It's time to let freedom ride and break free from your old ride. And declare your independence in a nicer, newer car for just $7 down. Have you been feeling put down, fed up, or just plain tired? Then it's time to let freedom ride. So keep your cash and drive a new 22 Outlander for just $7 down. All RC Hill Mitsubishis include a lifetime limited warranty. Even if you've heard no in the past, America is a land of opportunity. And I believe everyone deserves to drive a nicer, newer car today. So kick your old ride to the curb and let freedom ride for just $7 down. But hurry, this celebration ends soon. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. Get free at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
$7 down requires bank approval. Negative equity may be refinanced. Example, stock number N12354. $7 down, $3.99 per month for 84 months. 3.9 APR. Offer absolute expires on July 31st, 2021.
The Dave single from Wendy's made with fresh, never frozen beef has the power to blow your mind. But now that the Dave single is buy one, get one for $1, as well as the spicy or classic chicken sandwich and the spicy or crispy 10-piece nuggets, Wendy's BOGO for $1 deal is gonna blow your mind and your speakers. Get these faves. BOGO $1 only at Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with combo or any other offer.
This is a big deal. Now at healthcare.gov, millions of more people can afford health coverage. Due to the COVID-19 relief law, 4 out of 5 customers can get a plan for under $10 a month with financial help. From doctor visits to preventive services to prescription drugs, these are quality plans. You can do this. You can have coverage as soon as August 1st if you sign up now at healthcare.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's hot. It's humid. You wanted a relaxed pool party / barbecue. You got the human tsunami instead. Cannonball! Today, he's going for a world record splash that'll send inflatable swans into orbit. Dripping wet, you grab an ice cold can of Heineken. Watch out! When another man-child-made wave embraces you. Incoming! It's okay, though. He's not splashing you. He's adding more refreshment to your refreshment. Heineken. Where others see annoying splashers, we see immediate refreshment. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy responsibly.
Financial strength means having the choices to do what's best for you. An Amscot Cash Advance could put up to $500 in your hand on the spot with no credit check when you really need it and for less than you might think. Amscot. Some restrictions apply.
If you're thinking about upgrading your yard area, you know what? Get a new fence. I mean, I'll tell you what, it changes the space so much. I just got a fence from Fence Outlet, and you can call them. You can set up an at-home free estimate. See what's right for you. You can stop by the store. They have got so many things for you to choose from. FenceOutlet.com.
Hey, are you a hyper-liberal, love women's rights, latte foam art, but deep down inside you want to throw a military-grade grenade? Well, come on down to Underhand Grenades, where we know some people don't like throwing overhand. We protect our liberals' rotator cuffs day in, day out. No Tommy John surgery here. Visit us at liberalsmakethisnoise.com. Once again, visit us at liberalsmakethisnoise.com.
Thinking about divorce? Kramer Law. OneFirmForLife.com. Offices Altamont Springs.
Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. One of the protest songs we were talking about, right? There we go.
It is, but it is John Fogerty with the Foo Fighters playing Fortunate Son.
Excellent. Love the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. You've got Jack, Deb, and Ross. You've also got a few more minutes to text the keyword, the 5 o'clock keyword, which is love, L-O-V-E, to 200-200 for your chance to win $1,000. Speaking of love, let's bring back our Wednesday afternoon guest who abandoned us last week. It's Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell. Yay, Scott, you're back from vacation.
Yes, it is. That was the only thing I missed about being gone was you guys.
Oh, see, that's why I said it.
Because 3 times you say he abandoned us.
I only said he abandoned us once.
This segment.
Took a vacation.
I know.
It's not allowed.
All right, my apologies. It won't happen again.
I'm teasing. How was your vacation? Where did you go?
It was
What did
great.
you do?
We went up to the North Carolina coast. That's my home state, and it was just gorgeous weather for the entire time. Elsa came through one day. We had a tropical storm, but other than that, it was nothing but eating shrimp and fishing in the surf and laying on the beach and taking walks and good stuff.
But this is a family affair where your extended family, like they kind of get together, and that's an annual thing. And I think that's a really cool thing.
Yes,
if you have that gift to keep going on, you do it as long as you can.
We all like each other pretty well, and it was my brother's family, my sister's family, and my mother. So there were there's usually 14. There was 12. 2 kids couldn't make it. There were 12 of us, in one big house, and it's a good time. And I think we got along splendidly for 6.5 of our 7 days. So it was really nice.
I bet it was
a lot of bourbon.
Extra nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How much bourbon? Is that what made the family time that much more special?
We always bring about 2/5, which isn't that much for a week, but
that's
for a lot of people.
Yeah, no, for 12.
And we play a lot of cards also. There's a lot of hearts.
Do you do a puzzle?
Normally we do. This year, Jack, I don't know what happened. There was no puzzling. Normally a few of the ladies in our group do puzzles.
I think
I don't
puzzles
have the patience.
I don't get puzzles, man.
I don't either, Ross. I don't know.
If the whole activity is fixing something, that's entertaining.
You're out?
I don't know.
You're out?
It's a broken mess. And guess what we're going to do today, kids? Put it back together.
If you want to just fix something, I can bring you over to my AC. Oh, by the way, that was not cool. We returned.
Literally.
Yeah, we returned on Saturday after our 11-hour drive to an AC system that had conked out. And anyway, it hobbled along. My wife and I had to. Did a slumber party the last 4 nights downstairs where the only air was coming out. A brand new system installed as of 2 hours ago.
Wow. Well, congratulations, I think.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the new warranty.
Yeah, exactly.
Congrats on the AC. Sorry for the debt.
Yeah. It's about like $5,000, and nobody wants that unexpected cost.
Right.
But when you don't have AC, for about 4 days, you realize that is a cheap price. This state would be uninhabitable.
Correct.
Without that.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll live with that.
I mean, wasn't it back in the 30s? They did have to pay people to move to Florida because it was just nothing but a swampy, mosquito-ridden.
Particularly here in Central Florida. Part of the history I think your listeners may not be aware of. My readers I didn't until I did some research. Nobody wanted to live in this part of the state for damn good reason. If you look at the state, there's thousands of miles of coastline. I don't know if you know, Deb, we don't have coastline here unless you're counting the shores of Lake Eola. There's no coastal breezes. In fact, when the colonists came and started chasing the Indians off their property, and they were like, all right, we got to find some place for them to live. It was here because nobody else wanted to live here. This was basically where they got sentenced, is where we have all chosen to live. But none of that is habitable without air conditioning. So God bless that.
Absolutely. God bless the air conditioning. So real quick, back to vacation, because I just, vacations can't be taken for granted anymore after the 2020 that we went through, spending at least 18 months separated from each other. What was it like when everyone got together under one roof again? Was it mayhem and happiness? Was there any hesitancy about reconnecting with people? I mean, it is family, so.
Actually, we got it done last year too. We did not get Christmas. Christmas got messed up. If you remember, this was at the beginning.
Right.
But last year, we made all of the kids get a tests right before they went there. Tests were hard to come by. We had to send like all the kids down to the convention center and do all this stuff. And the motto that year was "Don't kill grandma." We actually,
we
actually,
Yeah, that's a fun bumper sticker.
no, we put it on a cake.
Oh, there it is.
Better. Yeah,
It
that
was
makes
It
sense.
was for the end of the week.
Everyone likes cake.
Congratulations, nobody killed grandma. So that was
And she
what
choked
we
on the
did
cake.
before then. But yes, it's
She
been
ate the
good to
little
get
baby.
together. Oh, like a Mardi Gras king
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, it was. But it's good to be in a sort of a nuclear thing. But it was very good. This was the first. That was before one of the dips, and it did come back.
Right.
And we did not get together for Christmas. First time in my 49 years, I had not been with my family for Christmas, so that was sad. So yes, it was really good to get back with everyone again.
Well, it's good having you back here with us here in
Thanks.
Central Florida. A lot to talk about. You want to start with the fact that, the governor's protest law that was recently signed is getting quite a workout. A lot of people have been texting us at 77031 asking about how these Cuban demonstrations can be affected by this law, which says that, anyone, 25 people or more protesting in the street can be arrested and charged, I believe, with a felony. So can you give us a little bit more background on exactly, it doesn't seem to be working out as intended.
I happened to catch the earlier in your show where during, I guess it was the woke news, where you said this ended up being the first test of that law, and you are right. And this is not what they wanted, because let's just be candid. They wanted Black Lives Matter protested. That's who this was drafted for. They wanted those people to shut the hell up and get out of the streets. That's why this was drafted. And there are some people who are saying, well, this is completely different because there isn't rioting or looting or any of that. That's not what the anti-riot law says. As you said, Deb, the anti-riot law, the governor's one of the main reasons he did it was to stop people from standing in the street.
Right.
And we had a quote, I'm gonna have to try to find it, that we shared last night. Here you go. This is what he said during the Black Lives Matter protest. Quote, "Just think about it. You're driving home from work and all of a sudden you have people out there shutting down a highway. There needs to be swift penalties." Ron DeSantis helped craft this law to have swift and tougher penalties on people who are standing in the streets. I want to be very clear. Neither I nor, in fact, the Orlando Sentinel's editorial board like that idea. We don't think people should have been arrested whether they're protesting the killing of Black Americans at the hands of cops, or whether they're protesting for standing up righteously for freedom and democracy in Cuba. But we're not the ones who passed this law. So the question is, how has DeSantis not only not arrested, but has been cheering these protests? And I don't know if you've seen the picture out on 436 where protesters completely blocked Cimarron, and it's been like that in cities all over Florida. And I got to tell you, that doesn't bother me. I get why they're doing it. I think Thomas Jefferson, you go back to him, he was the one who talked about, I'm willing to pay small inconveniences, the price of small inconveniences to stand up for the principles upon which this country is founded.
But it's interesting that you segue that, Scott, because your article, I believe it was from yesterday, about what Florida is paying lawyers an hour to defend these laws that have been passed, which, again, the protest law, in this case, the one that you wrote about, it had to do with donating money to a campaign.
Yeah, I think the governor's got some constitutional problems, which is particularly ironic because he keeps saying he wants to beef up civics education so that kids can understand the Constitution. Well, the governor's had his ass kicked on the Constitution by two federal judges right in a row on his laws, who said that he signed laws that were blatantly unconstitutional. And these were not liberal activist judges. One of them is a member of the Federalist Society, appointed by Donald Trump to the bench, used to work for Pam Bondi. And in both of these rulings, the judges have said these things aren't close. These aren't even close. These are blatantly unconstitutional. One you just mentioned was where legislators in Ron DeSantis decided to limit campaign contributions, but not to themselves. They want to take, and they do take, contributions of $50,000, $500,000. Ron DeSantis has taken single checks of $5 million from out-of-state billionaires that run hedge funds, casinos, and beer empires. They passed a law, however, that said if anyone in Florida or anyone donated more than $3,000, which my math says is a lot less than $5 million, to a citizen's cause for an amendment, say for smaller class sizes, for better pre-K program, for medical marijuana, or a higher minimum wage, if anybody cut a check for more than $3,000 to an effort to get one of those on the ballot, they could be sentenced to prison
for a year.
Sentenced to a prison for a year. So $3,001, you go to prison for a citizen's cause. $5 million to Ron DeSantis' committee. That's A-OK. The judge didn't have to offer any opinion. He said there's like 10 different pieces of case law that said that's not how the freedom of speech works, and he shot that down. And that came on the heels of the other one, which was the big tech bill, where they passed the law and they tried to tell Facebook and Twitter that they weren't allowed to control the content on their own platforms. They are the ones who pay for and monitor. And these people passed the law. They sounded good when they were demagoguing it on some of the news networks, but it said, among other things, that if a politician posted anything, a lie, a conspiracy, porn, something absolutely illegal, like a call for an assassination, Facebook and Twitter had to say they couldn't take it off. Again, the judge in that case, the federal judge, said this is blatantly unconstitutional. So they keep getting their butts kicked in court. And as you mentioned, it took us a while, but we figured out how much taxpayers are paying for that. And you were spending $675 an hour for outside attorneys. We found there were 4 outside attorneys hired out of Washington, D.C., not even Florida jobs. Aren't there Florida lawyers who need jobs? 404 lawyers out of D.C. for this first job. That, Deb, is in addition to at least a dozen full-time state attorneys that we saw cited on one of these legal filings. Once again, for laws that these guys knew were unconstitutional. Their own legislative staffers did an analysis of this and warned them that they probably shouldn't pass it. They did anyway, and you're paying the bills.
Scott, let me I don't think this is a hot take, but am I silly for thinking that there's some other motive then? Because I don't look at Ron DeSantis or a lawyer, any of those people going, well, they are simply just ignorant to the law. It seems like there has to be some alternative purpose then, that they have a desired outcome that it's not even on my map.
Yeah, it's trolling. It's trolling the left and pandering to the base. So right now it is popular to bash Facebook for some legitimate reasons, I might add, by the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's popular to bash Facebook. And last fall, it was really popular among the right to bash Black Lives Matter, especially if you're only looking at the violence that was associated with these things. And let's be clear about in Cuba, there's been violence associated with these protests. There's been cop cars that have been overturned. There have been rocks that have been thrown at officers. Most smart people don't look at that and view those handfuls of incidents of violence of emblematic or symptomatic of the greater movement, unless that's all you're looking to see. And that's what a lot of people did with the Black Lives Matter. That's what the Ron DeSantis of the world did. By the way, we didn't have those protests going on. We didn't have violence in Florida, but he said we needed a new law. And now it's coming back to bite him in the butt because it went too far. And so people are asking, where are the arrests for these Cuban protests?
Well, plus, that amendment law that you had brought up, wasn't that really kind of a way of keeping the John Morgans out of the ability of making the headway that had been made on these constitutional amendments that were pushed by citizens themselves?
Great point. And Ross, that answers the other part. So the first two, the tech law that they got, that passed the laws that they knew were unconstitutional, that was pandering to the base. The second part that we're talking about with this, where they tried to cap the amendments, that's because they hate when citizens speak up. And we've talked about that over and over again. Every time citizens try to do something that they want done, the legislators won't, whether it's legalizing medical marijuana, whether it's smaller class sizes, passing fair districts, more money for the environment, it pisses these legislators off. Because they have lobbyists who give them a lot of money to make sure they control the process. And they do not like when citizens make their voices heard. So they put all these hurdles up that make it really hard for citizens to get issues on ballots right now. You have to get, I don't remember, 1 million signatures, something like that on the ballot. They've made it really costly. It costs a ton of money to run a citizens campaign. They did that. People kept funding this. To your point, John Morgan funded the amendment to hike the minimum wage. And so they go, well, son of a bitch, if they're going to still put this money out there, and they're still going to find a way to get their causes heard. We're going to tell them they can't donate money to these political causes. And that's where the judge just said, tap it. No, you can't do that in this country.
But you know what, Scott, though? There's still something there's brewing down in Key West. I've had it in my back pocket to talk about, where Key West residents in last November, passed 3 ordinances that deal with cruise ships that pull into the port of Key West.
Correct.
All 3 ordinances passed with the 60% needed in order to pass, which they did. And then the governor comes in and says, no, we're going to take away the fact that even though these 3 referendums passed, we're going to pass a new law that says you can't make these other laws. And so now Key West is left to explore other legal options. Isn't
Correct.
the whole point of not disenfranchising voters? I mean, I don't understand the point of taking the power away from the voter and then saying you're all about the power of the voter.
Yeah, well, I don't believe they care whether you.
No.
They're
Can they
caught
hide
with
it a
this.
little? I mean,
No, they can't. And also because who cares about Key West? Key West is pretty liberal. They're not going to vote for these guys anyway, so they don't give a what about this. And I've talked to the people, I've written about that issue, because that was actually one of the first issues I seized on because during the last legislative session, because it was so galling.
Right.
And by the way, I should stress this. I don't even completely agree with what Key West did.
I don't agree or not. It's their right as their own community.
And that's what they decided. They set a limit on the number of passengers they wanted to have come into their town, and they and on the size of the ships, the cruise ships. They said it can be this big, but it can't be that big. And they had all these studies that showed that the passengers, when the mega ships come in, they overwhelm the city. It overwhelms even the hospitals, and there's more of a cost than there is to a benefit from them. I may not even agree with all that, but it doesn't matter. It's not my town. It's not my harbor. It's not my bay. It's not my port. And by the way, it is their port. It is a city-owned port. That's why the residents had a vote. But then the cruise industry went and lobbied the legislators and said, hey, we make a lot of money dumping everyone at Key West, partly because it's one of the few places where we can take people out of Florida, not go very far, and make them think they're on a tropical destination. We can go in there. And so the legislature passed a law that basically, as you said, overrode this vote of the people. That's a thumb in the nose of democracy, and they do it over and over again.
Over and over and over again. Well, I'm glad I got a chance to talk to you about it, because it's been frosting my flakes for a while.
Yes.
It's good to have you back from vacation.
I'm glad to be back. Good to see you
I'm
guys.
all
Hey,
pissed
and
off.
will you all give my best to Jim, because obviously, as you guys said, he's where he needs to be. That's important, but I know that's tough times.
Well, we're all in that age group right now,
Yep, we are.
including that old man Ross over there, who dealing with parents and that full circle of life. Right? They start our lives off taking care of us, and then full circle we, as adults, are, if we're lucky, given the opportunity to take care of them when they need it, and that's just what he's doing. Thank you, Scott.
And it's just so rough because, neither one of you wants to be in that situation.
No,
So,
Right.
but yeah.
no,
right.
never, and
Right.
you're never prepared for it either.
Yeah.
Right.
It always comes out of the blue. Surprise!
There's no parents to parent your parent. That was poetry. I don't care what you guys say.
Whoa.
I think we travel back in time with that one.
I'm going to take that with me till next Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. As always, Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell. You don't get any better writing than that. He's the reason alone. That and coupons for getting your.
And
Go
I
ahead.
once again help pay his salary
Go
because
ahead.
I re-up my subscription. $13 for the next 6 months, baby. Every Sunday and Thursday, I'm getting the
Maxwell,
paper.
$13.
Thank you, Jack. You are bringing us through. You're the
Doing
reason
my part.
journalism continues.
Doing my part.
I think he threw up in his mouth a little.
Oh, keep that, Scott. Keep that tone of voice up. I ate that up.
Oh, that was awesome. Thank you, Scott. We'll see you next Wednesday. Hey, listen, it's time for us to play a little trivia. So load up the phones. Let's have some fun. Thanks to Brad, 407-916-1041. We'll do that next on the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
We have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is Chris Collinsworth. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings.
Well, after falling down 0-2 to the Suns, the Bucks aren't going down without a fight. Giannis became the second player ever to score 40 points and grab 10 rebounds in back-to-back games in the finals since Shaq in 2000. Game 4 now is a must-win, considering the LeBron James Cavaliers in 2016 is the only team in league history to come back from a 3-1 deficit. I'm Chris Collinsworth.
Download the DraftKings app and use code SPORTS to get a free shot at millions of dollars up for grabs this week with your first deposit.
Minimum $5 deposit required. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
It is time for a new bathroom. My God, you've told yourself that 1,000 times. Every single time you walk by it, you curse it a little bit. Don't deal with that. You don't have to. You have options. Rebath of Mid-Florida is that option. National company with standards, policies, and procedures to make sure you get the job you pay for in the right time every single time. And that's what they do. This bathroom remodeling is like 2 to 4 days. That's what the average time is. They do it with their employees. That means you always see the same people every single day. That's so important when it's all said and done. Lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. And by the way, the products are so awesome. Made here in the U.S., products you've known, Moen, Kohler, Delta, Birch cabinets. That's what they put in. This is not cheap stuff, guys. These are really nice bathrooms. Natural stone like travertine marble, cut perfectly, no grout lines. And all you have to do is slide into their showroom, and when you see those models, you're like, oh, yeah, this is great. We'll do this for sure. And those are just to show you what they can do. Those aren't the actual bathrooms. Man, get with these guys and let them design you one. They have a team ready to help you out right now. Hop online today, check out the before and afters, then book your appointment. It's rebathmidfla.com.
Don't miss our... When I lost my Chase debit card, I was like... But I locked my card on my Chase mobile app, and that feels like... That's what security feels like. Card locked.
Check and lock down your money with security from Chase. Control feels good. Learn more at chase.com/banking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Enroll in Chase online or on the Chase mobile app. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Team USA is training hard and ready for the Olympic Games. And so is Jacob.
Whoa! I've got my lucky shirt and Xfinity Flex.
Ooh, yeah. Jacob's family got Xfinity Internet with the best Wi-Fi for their home and a Flex 4K streaming box free, plus Peacock Premium included. So Jacob is ready for anything.
Go Team USA!
With medal ceremonies, highlights, interviews, and more, plus apps like Disney+, Netflix, and Hulu, it's all of Jacob's favorites in one place.
Can your internet do that?
Get ready for the Olympic Games with Xfinity Internet for only $25 a month for 12 months with a 1-year agreement. And get a Flex 4K streaming box free, plus Peacock Premium included. Offer ends August 8th, so go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. New performance starter customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Subscriptions required to access streaming services.
Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
With all the new people moving here recently, we thought it'd be a good idea to explain International Diamond Center. If you've lived here a while, you already know this, so bear with us. International Diamond Center, also known as IDC, is not an ordinary jewelry store. It was started decades ago by a major East Coast diamond supplier, Keith LeClaire. Keith had international connections with diamond cutters and would sell diamonds to upscale jewelry stores. Then he decided to start selling direct to the public at prices that undercut traditional jewelers in a big way. This no middleman approach caught on big, and now IDC is one of the largest and most successful jewelers in America, still providing exceptional quality and astonishing value. So if you've just moved here from New York or California or wherever, know that IDC is the area's go-to place for diamonds, fine designer jewelry, and Swiss timepieces. Just be prepared to be a little shocked when you see how great our values are, especially compared to where you came from. International Diamond Center. Just another great reason you made the move south. Get details, directions, store hours, and more at shopidc.com.
My fellow Americans, RC Hill here from RC Hill Mitsubishi. I think it's high time we celebrate. To help you relieve stress and start having fun again. It's time to let freedom ride and break free from your old ride. and declare your independence in a nicer, newer car for just $7 down. Have you been feeling put down, fed up, or just plain tired? Then it's time to let freedom ride. So keep your cash and drive a new 22 Outlander for just $7 down. All RC Hill Mitsubishis include a lifetime limited warranty. Even if you've heard no in the past, America is a land of opportunity. And I believe everyone deserves to drive a nicer, newer car today. So kick your old ride to the curb and let freedom ride for just $7 down. But hurry, this celebration ends soon. I'm RC Hill, your car dealer next door. Get free at rchill.com. That's rchill.com.
$7 down requires bank approval. Negative equity may be refinanced. Example, stock number N12354. $7 down, $389 per month for 84 months. 3.9 APR. Offer absolute expires on July 31st, 2021.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Instagram. It's not just about food pics, but it's mostly about food pics. At Real Radio 1041. Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. Real Radio 104.1. We now return to the Jim Cole.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope you're having a great day. Jack, again, one of our great protest songs. This one?
Buffalo Springfield.
Stop, children, what's that sound?
You know, my memory of seeing this performed?
What's that?
Was on the Muppets.
Really?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
Forrest Gump for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
that's-
this is the original.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like the other version. This one's good. I don't know. They remastered it or something.
I don't believe so. I think the one you heard in Forrest Gump is the same one.
There is, I don't know, I think it would be the original by Buffalo Springfield. I believe that Stephen Stills from Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young was part of this.
Nailed it.
But there is another cover version that I had back in the 90s. It was very similar to this, but I mean, the original is where it's at for
Yeah.
this one. Yeah.
We were talking about protest songs earlier because of the hip-hop song that's kind of, in a way, kicked off the protests in Cuba, Patria y Vida, Homeland and Life. Welcome back, like I said, Jim Colbert Show. Got another keyword coming up for you in about 11 minutes. You've got Deb, Jack, and Ross. Oh, hey, speaking of him, let's take a peek inside that sauce jar.
All aboard! Come hither! Let me see your tickets. Ooh. Speaking of tickets, I have two tickets for Orlando City versus Philadelphia. That is going down July 22nd at 7:30. Of course, Orlando City being the greatest soccer team on this planet. Take that, Real Madrid. Take that, Barcelona. I don't care. It's a bad take, but I'm sticking to it. Also in the sauce jar is that if you win trivia today, you are registered for the Summer of Stuff, which I will not tell you exactly what that all means, but you should know by now. You really should. But we are giving away 3 amazing prizes. We are giving them away the first day after Labor Day. I'm talking a MacBook Pro, a PS5 bundle, and a 70-inch television. And that is your sauce jar.
Wow, good job, Ross, which is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. Go local with your move. It can be long distance, residential, or commercial. They can handle it. And if you mention the Jim Colbert Show, you'll get a discount. So easy to book them today at centomoving.com. That's C-E-N-T-O moving.com. Ross, who goes first?
Man, this guy's never played before, and there's one thing that I love is new trivia players. Love it. Let's welcome Nick, not biblical.
Nick.
On line 5.
On line 5. Hey, Nick. How's it going?
How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. You?
Yeah, fat and sassy. Thank you for being a first-time player. You want to play the game?
Well, yes, let's play the game.
Let's do it, Nick.
Want to play a game?
Okay, here we go. This is all courtesy of Brad. On this day, Nick, back in 1934, the New York Times reported, quote, Babe Ruth's record of 700 home runs likely to stand for all time in major leagues, end quote. Here are 3 fun facts about the Sultan of SWAT and 1 swing and a miss of a lie. Are you ready?
Yep.
Here we go. Number 1, a 1916 Sporting News rookie card of Ruth recently sold for nearly $1.5 million. Number 2, before he turned 8, he had already chewed tobacco and drank whiskey. I'm in love. Number 3, the Yankees had never been to the World Series before acquiring the Bambino from Boston. And finally, number 4, he once visited a dying boy in the hospital and promised he would hit a home run for him that afternoon and then delivered. Which is the lie?
I'm going to go with the third one.
The third one. The Yankees had never been to the World Series before acquiring the Bambino from Boston. Nick, is unfortunately true, but thank you so much for. Oh,
That's
I
why
know.
they called it the curse of the Bambino. They bought him. I think it was like $100,000 from Boston, and ever since then, Boston didn't win, and the Yankees won quite off more than any other team.
There you go. That's the curse of the Bambino.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah.
Who's next, Ross?
Let's welcome Todd on line 3.
Hey, Todd. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
That is good to hear, my friend. Here are your 3 remaining choices. Find the lie, and you get to go to Sauce's Jar. Number 1, a 1916 Sporting News rookie card of Ruth recently sold for nearly $1.5 million. Number 2, before he turned 8, he had already chewed tobacco and drank whiskey. And finally, number 3, he once visited a dying boy in the hospital and promised he would hit a home run for him that afternoon and then delivered. Which is the lie?
Oh, I'm going to go with the chewing tobacco one.
That, unfortunately, Todd, is true. Before he turned 8, Babe Ruth had already chewed tobacco and drank whiskey. Damn, good parents.
Let's welcome Gloria on line 4.
Gloria.
On line 4. That was real. I did not mean to do that.
Oh, you got a little extra something there, Gloria. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You guys are awesome.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Gloria, you've got the best scenario right here because you have a 50-50 chance of being the winner. Here are your 2 remaining choices. Number 1, a 1916 Sporting News rookie card of Ruth recently sold for nearly $1.5 million, or he once visited a dying boy in the hospital and promised he would hit a home run for him that afternoon and then delivered. Which is the lie?
I think it's number 1.
Number 1 is correct, unfortunately, Gloria. That is true. Good job, Jack.
Sorry.
I had a feeling she was going to cuss.
Yeah.
All right, who's the lucky person, Ross?
Let's welcome, I wish this name was biblical because I think it would probably be the funniest of all the books. Let's welcome Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dennis 3:15.
The Book of Dennis.
The Book of Dennis.
Here we go, Dennis.
Yeah. Dennis the Menace. You remember the book?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sure.
And he's drunk.
Tell us if this is a lie or if this is true, Dennis. He once visited a dying boy in the hospital and promised he would hit a home run for him that afternoon and then delivered.
I'm sorry. That's got to be a lie.
It is a lie. Yay! Book of Dennis. Woo!
And That is the funniest lie we have ever had.
Hang on, Dennis. Ross will get your info, and then you get back to happy hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Have one for us. Here's why it's the lie.
Because Lou Gehrig.
11-year-old Johnny Sylvester was actually hospitalized after falling off a horse.
Oh.
A friend of his dad brought him some autographed baseballs from the Yankees legend and a promise from Ruth that he would hit a home run for him. Ruth would later visit him after a series with the Cardinals.
Nice. I think they put that a scene in Pride of the Yankees, which is about Lou Gehrig. I think they kind of played that up as it was Lou Gehrig who did that. Yeah.
I'm just happy that was the lie and that's the reasoning, and not that he hit a home run and the kid just didn't make it. I'm fine with dark jokes. I don't care.
And that's the next segue then, Ross. What do you have? More of the darkness coming up for us in Ross Thoughts?
The darkness. No. Not really. In fact, I've really turned some pages in my life of recently. And
oh boy.
This one is probably the weirdest thing I think I've done, and I'm sticking to it. I would hate myself if I knew I was going to do this. We're talking sandwiches, guys.
All right. We're going to do that next on the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Ross Thoughts, be here.
Your chance to win $1,000 is just minutes away on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center. Car crash? Call Clausman Law.
Well, we're seeing delays from an accident heading west on the 408 on the exit to Goldenrod Road. The left lane is blocked on the exit there, so heads up if you're traveling that way. Still some slow traffic north on 417 between iDrive and OBT, and we're seeing heavy traffic westbound on I-4 between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway, as well as eastbound between Osceola Parkway and 535. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477 from the Traffic Center. I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by Spectrum Business. Small businesses are always looking for ways to cut costs. That's why you should switch to Spectrum Business. You could cut your internet and phone bill in half while getting faster internet speeds and proven reliability. Call 888-489-2212 today.
Guys, let me tell you something. Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex always has something cool going on, and they're not stopping now. From sliding through wormholes and exploring planets to climbing through asteroid fields, playing numerous interactive games. It's called Planet Play. It's the brand new adventure waiting just for you. Fully immersive, multiple-story play experience. Open now at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. Designed for a younger generation of space explorer from 2 until 10. Indoor active area where kids just don't learn about the planets. They actually play among them, standing on the rings of Saturn and climbing through asteroid fields. A great time, plus a lounge for the parents where they can hang out and let their kids do their thing. It's awesome. Learn more about it today and get your tickets at KennedySpaceCenter.com.
Small business owners know cutting costs without cutting quality is tough. How do you trim expenses without hurting your business? Easy. Get Spectrum Business. Call 888-489-2212. Switch to Spectrum Business and you can get the best internet and phone services for half of what you're paying today. Cutting costs can be easy when you get Spectrum Business. Just call 888-489-2212. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
What? Just 15 seconds to talk about Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea? That smooth taste of real brewed tea with just the right kick of alcohol. What? We started already. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for it in the bright yellow cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Twin Peaks Orlando is hiring all positions, including line cooks and support staff. If you're interested in working in a fun and exciting environment, apply in person today at Lake Buena Vista, iDrive, or Altamont Springs. Or text TP Jobs to 85000. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Murder in Illinois is the new true crime podcast that attempts to answer the question, who really killed the Vaughn family? In 2007, Chris Vaughn's wife and 3 children were found murdered in their SUV. Chris was arrested and convicted, though he claims to have no memory of the events.
Both the prosecution's theory and the defense's theory are incorrect. That's not how it happened.
So how did it happen, Lauren? Listen to Murder in Illinois on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed effortlessly adjusts and responds to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Save up to $1,000 on select Sleep Number 360 smart beds and adjustable bases, plus special financing, only for a limited time. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Fence Outlet's Fence in a Box saves money on a quality stockade wood fence that will make your backyard beautiful. It's so easy, and everything is included for as low as $1,049 for an average backyard of 120 feet. No guesswork, and we deliver to your door. Go to fenceoutlet.com. License number C-10252 and C-10803.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
For many men, divorce brings a bewildering sense of loss. You feel adrift, isolated, like you're the only person in the world. But the good news is, you're not alone. Cordell & Cordell can help guide you through all aspects of divorce. Let us be there for you.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Orlando area attorneys. Office in Orlando. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
In St. Pete Clearwater, let your senses be your guide. Follow the incredible aroma of outdoor dining under a starlit night, or see the sunset over the Gulf, painting a magnificent orange and red sky. Feel the gentle breeze on a leisurely stroll along the new St. Pete Pier, or let every sense come alive at the Salvador Dali Museum. Sounds like it's time for a fall getaway. You can sense it. Plan your fall escape to America's best beaches at visitstpeteclearwater.com.
If you were denied Social Security benefits, call us. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the personal injury law firm of Kaufman & Lynch Studio. Car accidents, other injuries, call pound 546 from your cell or visit whenyouneedus.com. You're listening to WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting. We are an iHeartRadio station.
Real Radio 104.1 has your chance to win $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN. GREEN. Green to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and information. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's green to 200-200. And may your efforts bear fruit.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1, continuing with our protest song. Here we go. Jack, let the people know what this one is.
Public Enemy, baby.
Let's say we played this one too for Jim Colbert. Like I said, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. He is our namesake, busy taking care of his mom right now. So in his place, you've got Deb and Jack and Ross. Want to let you know, radar is finally looking a lot better. Just a little bit of green for your drive home. Hey, speaking of green, that happens to be your keyword for 6 o'clock. Text that to 200-200 and then wait for about 45 minutes or so to find out if you are $1,000 richer. But I can tell you that you've already won, because now it's time for Ross Thoughts.
It's weird.
Tis.
It's funny.
Today is
sometimes
mundane.
It's Ross, spelled like sauce. It's Ross Thoughts.
Ross Thoughts is brought to you by the inaugural Real Radio We Come to You comedy tour. I will not stop talking about it because I'm way too happy and stoked. I feel like I just did a line of nerds. You guys ever do that in middle school? Just me? Moving on. That's right. July 24th, I'm going to be out in Ocala at the Marion Theater. July 31st, I'm going to be in Leesburg over at the Melon Patch Theater. Get your tickets now at orlandocomedy.com. It's not just going to be me, Deb. No, it's not. It's going to be me. Who's it going to be? It's going to be me and Sabrina Ambra straight joking all over your faces, Leesburg and Ocala. I could have worded that better, but you get the point. point. Great live entertainment
Yeah.
out in Ocala, out in Leesburg. Get your tickets now at orlandocomedy.com. Guys, there's a massive debate amongst men, women, dogs, cats. If it's got lungs, they've thought about this. How do you eat a sandwich? Okay.
How do I eat a sandwich?
This argument has been going around since, I don't know, the book of Genesis.
Oh, is this your toilet paper over, toilet paper under argument in your house?
No, it's not.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, and it's
because that's not an argument. You go over.
Thank you.
If you're under, then you are
wrong.
Wrong. It's weird.
Yeah.
You got to pass the hand by the roll. No, man, save that half a second. Just have it right on top.
Although if you have a cat that likes to spin it, if it's under, it's not going to undo the roll. If it's over, it will take the whole roll off.
I'm lucky my cats never discovered the toilet paper roll.
Right.
Damn it, I just jinxed it. They're probably home playing with it right now.
Yeah, because over is the only way to go.
That was a burp, right? Not
Matter
just
of
you
fact-
getting emotional.
If anyone in my house puts it on, I will fix it.
I
And who
will
am I
do-
kidding? I'm the only one who puts it on.
I had a problem. I got a problem, man.
What is it? What is it?
I've always been an expert sandwich eater.
Oh, don't tell me you go from the back first.
It's so there's really, I don't know how to go to the
From the
back
butt
first.
first, you
Yeah,
know?
if you go butt first on a sandwich, then they're symmetrical.
So wait, specify what type of sandwich are you speaking?
I'm talking. Let's break it down. Let's go with burgers first. Do you guys?
I bite in the round side.
Well, some people cut their burgers in half.
And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, my wife went to cut my burger in half. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, stop. I complain about so much. I'll just shut up. She made me food.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I do know my preference when it comes to a burger. I enjoy officially, as of like recently, I like cutting it down the middle.
What do you eat?
No, well, I don't cut it in fours, Jack.
Damn, he got mad.
I'm passionate about meat in between bread.
Thank you for not saying buns, because that's a whole other
I'll
show.
say it. I'm happy that I love eating meat in between some buns. No shame in my game. I enjoy the cutting of a hamburger, cheeseburger, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Because then you get the wedge, you get the edge in your mouth. You have a focal point now, all of a sudden, of sandwich, of burger. And that is just, go to Hog Town, baby. You can scarf down a burger, I feel, easier once it's cut down the half. I think it's a better product. Because usually, depending on the burger, if it's just a circle, all of a sudden you just have this ball by the end of it. Maybe I'm just eating my burgers too aggressive before I cut it. I end up feeling like a hamster just munching on a round ball of meat. It's this breaded meatball by the end of it. Sometimes it can get a little sloppy. Sometimes I'll bite a finger on accident. Ow.
Wow.
You guys don't know about when you cut down the burger and then you have the edge.
No, that's not the story I want, Ross. I wanted how this argument came to be.
It's because I'm growing. I'm learning more about myself.
Oh.
I'm learning more about myself and my sandwich preferences.
Jack, is this what happens when your kids grow up? You get that little pang in your heart.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, they're getting bigger.
Yeah.
I'm turning 32 in 8 days.
Just ready for him to move out.
Yeah. I don't know what's worse, me or the company that put me full time. Am I right? If you have the edge of the burger, it's solid. Moving on.
Well, Jack likes the rounded part to eat.
Okay, if you go white bread sandwich, you cutting it down? You got
okay, time out. No. So you're cutting your sandwich in half. Now, whether you cut it diagonally or, horizontally, either way, you're starting with the corner of the cut, at the cut area, where the cut meets the crust.
Where the cut meets the crust.
Is where you start. Yes.
Yes.
That's your first bite.
On the white bread sandwich.
Correct.
And that is the same theory, I feel like, with burgers, because then you have the edge.
Yeah.
You got the sharp edge of breaded meat. Okay, follow up. What's up with club sandwiches? Club sandwiches and their little foursies.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Well,
You
that,
don't like a club sandwich?
With a club sandwich that's cut into four.
Cut into
Like
four, and
butterfly.
then they have to skewer it
Yeah,
with
yeah,
a
yeah.
toothpick
Because
because it doesn't make sense. You need a structural thing to hold it together.
Because it's two sandwiches put together.
Or it could just be cut in half, and you don't need any wood in your sandwich. You don't need a sharp splinter of wood.
Well, you don't eat the splinter of wood.
I know that.
But you go with the point on a club
Hey,
sandwich.
do you guys want to hear something that will bring us all together in
What?
shock and awe? Someone texted at 77031 and said they eat their sandwiches and burgers with a knife and fork.
Stop listening.
Yeah. you need to go away.
You do not.
No one likes
we
you.
welcome weird here.
And let me guess.
Hell, you're listening to it.
Let
all
me guess.
three of us.
You are super single. 'Cause- I'm sorry, I'm joking. I don't know who that texter is. I have
don't
no
worry
idea.
about it. This
Keep
the
listening.
guy who said that body slammed a Christmas tree.
We love you. We love you.
All right, so we actually agree on sandwiches, white bread sandwiches cut in half.
Nice.
You start where the crust meets the cut.
Keep going.
That's your first bite.
Talk dirty.
This could have
Now-
been a Twitter poll.
What about submarine sandwich, like sub sandwiches?
Sub.
Ooh.
This is
Uh-oh. Hot take.
This is where I have learned and I have grown into a whole different person. I'm basically a Pokemon when it comes to submarine sandwiches because I have evolved. And sure, that joke went way over, I think, both of your heads. You guys aren't big fans of Pokemon.
He doesn't stop, though. I think he's convinced someone out there gets it.
Absolutely. All right. Pikachu? Nothing? Okay, God, listen.
You got a minute left.
I have learned this about submarine sandwiches.
What have you learned?
Sometimes they lube it up. They'll lube up the meat.
Oh, yeah, and then your meat just comes squishing out of the side of your bun.
And then all of a sudden the meat just, like a firework of sodium, just explodes through the roof of the damn sandwich. So I buy this massive submarine sandwich. I'm subbing out, right? And it is beautiful. I know I got periodontitis in my gums because it was a little crusty and it scraped I was bleeding halfway through this sandwich today, guys.
I think you just
going.
cost us our license.
It's fine.
Keep going.
It's
Don't
fine.
Look back.
We don't need a license, right? Let's listen to what's very important here.
Our lawyers can explain that one away.
So what I go ahead, I'm like, I can't risk another blood massacre in my mouth via spiced meats in between bread right now. So then guys, I'm ashamed. I hit it from the side. I hit it.
Wait,
I hit it from
a
on
sub
top.
sandwich?
Yeah.
Well,
So I'm eating it like I'm playing like a piccolo.
Oh my God. That's weird.
It is weird. But I'm here to tell you, I ate my sub sandwich like I was playing a Norwegian flute.
No, but the structural integrity of the sub is going to be compromised, and then you're going to end. If you keep eating that way, you're going to end up with like two sandwiches.
I'm gonna end up.
You're
with
going to eat your way through the middle.
This is what I ended up with.
I think it's called a meat flute.
A small wall of bread. That's what I ended up with.
Like it's corn on the cob?
Yeah, a little bit.
You just went down the side?
And I liked it. Ross Thoughts is sponsored by gum disease.
Periodontitis.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got, and it forced me to Mission Impossible Tom Cruise from the ceiling into my sandwich, and I hit it like I was. You guys remember remember back in the day when America used to go to war? That would be like a little quartet would jump out and they have a drum.
You're talking about like the American Revolution.
The little tin soldier.
That's what I'm talking about. The American Revolution.
We go to war every other week.
Exactly. The American Revolution flautist.
Flautist.
Yeah. First of all, very underrated. That guy didn't even have a weapon. What happens if he gets charged? He's just gonna flute your face off. I ate an entire sandwich today as if I was playing a flute, and I'm here to tell you it is the way to go, especially if you have a serious chronic gum disease. Happy I got that off my chest.
Whew. I wish your name was Joe.
Why is that?
So we could call you Piccolo Joe.
You can call me Piccolo Joe. I kind of like that.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Those are your Ross thoughts. If you eat your sandwiches like a flute, hit me up. I'll see you out in Ocala. I'll see you out in Leesburg, and you and me can jam out on some spiced meats. I'm out. Peace.
That's you, Deb.
Kind of. All right. Well, thank you, Ross.
Hot Take McGee.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to pay a lot more attention to the way I eat my sandwiches. But first, we're going to figure out whether or not you're a zaddy or not. Are you a snack? Are you a zaddy? Well, we'll figure that out when we come back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Damn it, Ross. Would you just finish that sandwich and get back to work?
It's just underrated.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7. It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by Gringos Locos and SecuredRoofingAndRestoration.com. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James, Miguel, Mikey, and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center, shop the rest, buy from the best. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Officials to work in a clear an accident on the exit ramp from westbound travel on the 408 to Goldenrod Road. The left lane is blocked there. We are seeing a slow ride north on 417 still between I-Drive and OBT. Southbound 429 stop and go between Sinclair Road and I-4. I-4 is still very heavy westbound between Sand Lake Road and Central Florida Parkway, as well as eastbound approaching 535. See traffic problems? Call the SafeTouchSecurity.com traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. From the Traffic Center, I'm Paige Carrera.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Looking for a job? Contact Express Employment Professionals and be part of their national hiring event. With one application, Express connects you with multiple employers and never charges a fee. Go to ExpressPros.com, find your nearest office, and call Express today.
When it's time to upgrade your home, the people you need to check out are the fine folks at FAS Windows and Doors. A+ rated on the BBB. Great people, great product. I'm talking about windows and doors for your home. I had my windows replaced several years ago with FAS Windows and Doors. What an amazing job. First, great people, Ernie and John Wilding, father and son. That's what FAS stands for, father and son. So locally owned business, but they stand behind their work with a lifetime guarantee. And the windows I got, it was an upgrade from single pane aluminum frame windows, that construction grade window that was, so common back in the 70s in houses around here. Well, those were replaced with double pane, low E vinyl sided windows with security impact glass or added security. I get better energy efficiency, keeps the outside noise where it belongs, and it added instant curb appeal. And the inspector, when they came and they just looked at that job and they said, excellent all the way around. FAS Windows and Doors. Showroom is in Winter Park, right on Fairbanks, right off of I-4, right by Skycraft. You can check them out there, or you find them online at FASWD.com.
If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Hold on. You want me to tell them about Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea in just 30 seconds? This is impossible. Hey, I'm Billy from Twisted Tea. How can I explain that first sip of cold, smooth, real brewed tea? So good! And the extra kick you get from just the right amount of alcohol? The twist of lemon, Wait, what? We're almost out of time? Oh, shit. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
With RP Funding's digital mortgage, you can refinance your home loan to today's low rates from the comfort of your own home. Get started today and let me pay your closing costs. Lock in your low rate before it's too late. Visit rpfunding.com. NMLS 70168, Equal Housing Lender.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Oh boy, my toilet's backing up. There's water.
The most improved plumbing company as voted by the readers of Faucet magazine.
Great, my toilet's backing up.
How may I direct your call?
Toilet problems.
For plumbing, press 1. Fine. If this is not urgent and can be put off until later, press 1.
Gotta be kidding.
If you need help sooner than that, press 2.
Yes, now.
Guess what? Both of our plumbers are busy.
This is a disaster.
But your call is tremendously important to us.
This would never happen with Frank Gay.
Wait, you didn't call Frank Gay.
Well...
Did you?
But I didn't think...
That's right. You didn't think.
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When you have plumbing or drain problems, you need help now. A live operator to take your call. Licensed, trained plumbers ready to help today. And your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
Should have called Frank Gay in the first place. That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Introducing new strawberry-flavored Poppin' Bubbles at Dunkin'. Add a burst of flavor to every sip of your favorite Dunkin' drinks, like lemonade, and make your drinks and summer pop. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary.
If your grocery delivery is just okay, that's not okay. But good news, now Kroger is here to not just deliver groceries, but over-deliver with freshness guaranteed. And the coolest trucks, literally, they're refrigerated to beat the heat, so your salad always has that farm-fresh snap. Sound more than okay? Then order today at Kroger.com. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Get $10 off your next 3 orders for a savings up to $30. Offer valid with digital coupon.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Wow, I've got a whole 5 minutes before my next call. What should I do? Grab a snack? Nah. Text with mom? That's more than a 5-minute proposition. I have been looking at getting a new bank account. Is that even possible?
Can't believe you have extra time? You won't believe what you can do with it. Open a Regions checking account online in as little as 5 minutes. Then enjoy award-winning service and banking tools and tech that help you live in the moment. Learn more at regions.com/live-in-the-moment. Regions Bank, member FDIC.
When life-changing events happen, it helps to have an attorney on your side. At those moments, Kramer Law is here to help take the burden off your shoulders. If you've been injured in an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, Kramer Law is here to take care of you every step of the way. We charge you nothing unless we recover money for you. No matter what the legal issue, we're here to go to bat for you. Kramer Law. OneFirmForLife.com. Office is Altamont Springs.
The free iHeart app, you know, the one you use to listen to all your favorite radio stations and podcasts, is also your free music app. We get it. The soundtrack of your life changes throughout the day. There's music you turn on to get fired up, and there's music you turn up to wind down. Now, you can make as many playlists for as many different moments as you need to make it through your best or worst day. It's super easy. Just add one song, and we'll help you build a full playlist with that same vibe. The free iHeart app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
When it comes to power, trust the source. SolarSource.com.
The Jim Colbert Show returns now on Real Radio 104.1.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Happy Wednesday to you. Continuing with our protest songs.
And you can always watch the show. We're available not only on Facebook Live on the Jim Colbert Show and Real Radio, but also on YouTube. You search the Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. You can find us there. Join in the chat room there. Or on Twitch, it's the Jim Colbert Show on Twitch, and there's a chat room there as well. So many different ways to watch. In fact, all the links are found on our website at jimcolbertlive.com. There's a whole page on how to watch the Jim Colbert Show.
Yeah, and so much more, including our master list for What'd You Do That's New. And then you had also posted a video of a teenager at a Top Golf in Texas whose golf ball got struck by lightning.
In midair.
In midair.
Yeah, quite the video there.
I mean, is that an eagle? Is that a bogey? Is that an act of God?
Some would wonder.
Some would wonder. Speaking of an act of God, hopefully we can help put some money in your pocket. Your keyword for 6 o'clock is green, GREEN. You can still text that to 200-200 for your chance to win $1,000. We had a couple winners yesterday. Still waiting for the Jim Colbert Show's chance. We'd really appreciate it. So I wanted to ask you guys if you know what it...
By the way, if anyone's listening, we get nothing when you win. So the fact that Deb is this upset is solely
for bragging
your
rights.
benefit.
Yeah, it is, because we don't get any money off of this.
We don't.
No, sorry, Ross.
Sorry, Ross. Yeah, no.
We never told him.
No.
What?
I always thought we should. Especially since Real Radio has had more winners than any other station in the company.
I think it's a great incentive program.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, we talk about it more.
Isn't there like Who's second place? Isn't it some?
There's some news talk station out of Milwaukee.
Yo,
The
let's
bane
just.
of our existence.
Can we just
They've already
start talking poop about another radio station? I don't like you, Milwaukee.
Hey.
Yeah, just go for the city. Tear the city down.
You got the Bucks and the Bucks and the Suns.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
When is Game 4?
tonight.
Oh boy,
Tonight is the NBA Finals.
Ross, you watching these with your mom?
Yeah, it's.
Are you watching them with her?
Yeah, I usually.
That's cool.
I usually.
You FaceTime? Or?
Yeah, I FaceTime her around halftime or at the start of the third. And it's just really funny to me that me and my mom bond over NBA playoffs.
Do you
Anybody?
guys squeeze drink beers together?
No, she doesn't drink. She's more of a boxed wine kind of lady.
That's still drinking, Ross.
That
but that would be a neat Facebook Live, or if
That
you want to.
would.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, man.
Come on.
I don't know.
Come on.
It's
Is the show not ready for prime time?
Yeah, that show's not ready because she's a mom, which means she's not very good at FaceTime. So it's a lot of just me looking at her eyebrows and her going, "Oh shoot! Oh come on! How do I flip this thing, Mom? It's already flipped. It is? Yeah, I can see you. It's fine.
Let me just see more than just your eyebrows. I do think that's really cool, though. Whether you bond over NBA Finals or whatever, you're bonding with your mom who lives in Arizona. What a great thing.
I think they had to put that in the coding of FaceTime.
What?
That anybody over the age of 65 has no chance. It had to have been designed that way.
It does seem that way, doesn't it?
Always the super unflattering angles. It's like, nah.
It's almost begging for a parody song about FaceTiming with your mom.
It is. Someone should do that and then post it on Netflix. And I hope. I don't
Why
know,
Netflix?
because I just hope Bo Burnham does it.
Because Bo Burnham did do it, and it's in his latest special, Inside. It's called FaceTime with my mom, but just a magnificent special.
Yeah, you guys have, and I'm seeing more and more buzz about that.
Yeah.
I know one of the other shows that you guys really liked was Marvel's Loki.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and the
Getting season 2.
Season finale is tonight.
Yeah.
Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's tonight, and then they announced that season 2 will be a thing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's massive because I didn't think.
Yeah, now we know he's not going to die tonight.
Which is good.
Which is weird because he kind of already died.
Actually, you know what? That's right. He could. Anytime you throw in time travel, it could happen.
There's no rules.
But you know, it's interesting. We never did talk about this. How many Emmy nominations WandaVision received? And that was one of the courtesy of Jack. That was one of our What'd You Do That's New.
Right.
It was actually the first episode of WandaVision.
Mm-hmm. And I took criticism for assigning it because really the first 3 are really what you need to kind of get into the story. But people don't realize that sometimes my motive is to annoy Jim. And I knew that would do that. And sorry, Deb, you were a byproduct of that.
I loved it, though.
There you go.
I knew it was setting you up for something down the road. I knew it was... You weren't going to get the fruition from the first episode. It was meant to whet your appetite.
And I said it before, but one of the things I love, and they have been doing with these Marvel series on Disney Plus, is where they only release one a week.
Yeah.
It's the way we grew up watching television. You had to wait, but you think about, you reflect on what you watched, you anticipate what's upcoming. You could discuss it and not be ahead of anyone else.
Exactly.
You know, with spoiler alerts or whatnot. So it's a real fun way to be able to do it. And so I'm looking forward to watching that.
And, you know, especially when you consider that how many communal experiences we have together, you know, anymore. It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's the Oscars. It's
those
the
specific
election.
Live events, right.
It's those specific live events. And again, I mentioned it before, but talk about FOMO is standing in an elevator and hearing everybody explode about the red wedding, and you're the one person in the elevator who has no clue what they're talking about.
Right. So Game of Thrones was a big one where we had that. Lost.
Yeah.
Was one of the ones where I remember we had a group of people at work where it was, you know, always a topic of conversation, but you were always on the same page.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with binge watching, we don't have that anymore. You have to worry about spoiler alerts now because, you know, some people haven't gotten to the end of it yet.
I just love that these Disney miniseries, whether it be WandaVision or Loki, it just feels like they just took a risk.
They did, and yet it's paying off.
And when I look back at so many IP massive blockbuster movies,
right?
They are just walking. They aren't.
And
I don't know. They're just trying to cast as big of a net and make as much money as possible.
Well,
and I just do not get that vibe from watching Loki, where it's like, this could have been real bad, but you guys did it.
Explain IP.
Intellectual properties.
Yeah, so they built this, Marvel Cinematic Universe, but I think you don't see that risk without it being on a streaming platform.
I think you're right.
Right. If Loki was a movie, it would have been 2 hours. They would have summed it up. You lay up the shot. You need mass appeal, but you can get, for lack of a better word, more weird. And you can really go out there a little more on a streaming service.
You already know how much money you're making.
Exactly.
Whoa, oh my God! Did you guys smelled like the death of movies? Because if the streaming services are then going to then thump out better products because they know how much money roughly that they're making next month.
Well, plus look at the fact that WandaVision was a big risk for Disney Plus. I mean, again, I remember one of Jim's criticisms of WandaVision was that, you're not in that Marvel universe, so you don't really, the storyline doesn't hit you as hard. Well, that must not be the case out in Hollywood, because how many Emmy nominations do you think WandaVision received this week?
I don't know.
Just this week.
6.
Okay.
No, I'll say, I think it was closer to 20, so I'll just say 20.
23 points, Jack. 23 Emmy nominations for another what could have been considered risky. Right. Again, like if you were doing it for network TV, there's just too much of a risk, but you're able to cater to your your niche audience, and at the same time cast that bigger net that's going to go, let me check it out.
I'm surprised that Loki's getting season 2 because Tom Hiddleston is a massive he's a huge name in the world of putting butts in seats. He's beloved by the Marvel fan base. A lot of people like him, but I think it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, is how TV is no longer the death of an actor's career.
No, and
in fact, I think it might even, if it hasn't already surpassed that a TV versus movies, and which one's better for your career, it's going to within the next couple of years.
Yeah, and not only that, so it allows you to have that schedule if you want the 9 to 5 type schedule. A series kind of gives a more stable schedule to an actor than I believe a movie does.
Right. And plus the other big part with a movie is who's your writer, who's your director, and I know that's the same cast or the same situation rather with television, but I think, with Loki, with Tom Hiddleston, I know in our house, we're not Marvel fans, but he plays the character with such depth that it will, as you're walking through the room and the scene is on, you'll just stop to go, well, what's this? You don't have to know the Loki character to appreciate what Tom brings to it, because it's something we started watching in the house and we don't necessarily follow the movies.
I'm still a big movie fan. I would consider myself a big movie fan. Sometimes my sleep schedule and going out to do comedy kind of clashes against it, but I watched a movie last night with me and my lady, and I don't think we could have liked it more. And
what'd you watch?
Not a lot of people talked about it. It was Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead, which is his zombie film that came out on Netflix. It's this crazy idea that only Netflix was like, yeah, we'll make it, because the script is existed for quite some time, and it only took Netflix and their big pockets going like, hell yeah, your name is huge right now. Let's make it happen. And that movie, I thought, I can't think of a better zombie film. Maybe that's a super hot take. I'm not gigantic into the zombie genre.
Right.
But I don't know what else you want out of a zombie film than Army of the Dead, that was directed. Screenplay was by Zack Snyder. Like, he was the main mind behind it.
Right.
And he even says in the making of the film of doing these massive, we're going back to that intellectual property. He did those Batman versus Superman movies and the Man of Steel Superman movie. You have from what I've been told, and even from what Zack Snyder said in the making of it, you have so many chefs in the kitchen to the point where you're taking a lot of the creative choices away from the directors.
Right.
You have to put this guy in the movie. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work. But you have to, because it works really well with our marketing.
Right.
That is a problem right now that a lot of these $200 to $300 million movie budgets are running into. And I think it's starting to show a little bit.
I think, yeah, absolutely. And again, like your question earlier about what is overtaken, is film still the better resume for an actor, or is it television? I think when you start seeing these challenges to those big budget blockbusters, an actor's going to go, why? When I can go to Netflix and they'll greenlight my project. Wasn't Ozark like his baby project that he'd wanted to make for 20 years?
The best,
and it took Netflix to say, yeah, we'll make it.
This is going to sound corny, but I do believe it, so let's say it. The best ingredient in creativity, movies, TV shows, is the best ingredient also in food, which is love. Passion. If you have the script and you have put 10 years into it, it's going to translate to at least some audience.
Right.
That will always be the number one reason that I think what makes art from okay to good, good to great. If you have that passion and you have that blood, sweat, and tears, and that's exactly what I got, at least from that movie Army of the Dead. It was like, this was a passion project from Zach that he's had for a very long time,
right?
And finally got to make it, and I think it really shows. It's fun, unbelievably gory. It's a zombie movie in Vegas. It's a lot of fun costumes.
Well, it's interesting that you talk about such passion and love and fervor and creativity, because, you know, it's time now for us to take a quick break
and reveal what actually is a passion project.
It is full of love and creativity, and it's just for you, Ross. It's an early birthday present, and Jack and I, do not look at us. We had nothing to do with this.
Correct.
We had nothing to do with this.
Correct. I'm aware of it. I am making it possible for you to have this when we come back from this break.
He made me aware of it as well, because I didn't.
She only learned about it today.
Wow, so it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is a big deal.
There is absolutely no way that it is.
Well, I mean,
it's a big deal.
It's a big deal. I mean, to one person, and it would be heartbreaking. But you know, we're gonna share it with everyone when we get back.
Even if you said something horrible about this gift, it wouldn't be the first time you've upset the gift giver with something you have said.
And that's really not cool, because this person's really nice and did this for you out of passion and love and creativity.
I can't wait to find out what it is.
I can't either. I can't wait to see his reaction.
And that happens as soon as we get back.
It does. So load up the phones, because at the same time, it's last call, and we need those phone lines loaded up so you can be on hold waiting while we unveil our secret to Ross. Give us a call at 407-916-1041. Let's do that real quick right after this break on the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
Make us think or make it funny. Just make it good. Get on board now for Last Call. 407-916-1041. Brought to you by Heineken.
This Real Radio 104.1 weather report sponsored by Rude Air Conditioning, powered by Ferguson HVAC.
I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner with your Fox 35 Central Florida forecast. The showers and storms we've had will dissipate as the night progresses. A low of 74 degrees tomorrow with mostly cloudy skies to start. And during the afternoon, a lot more sunshine. The high 90 degrees. Our chance for rain lower at just 30%. Those lower rain chances taking us through Friday before we see a gradual increase in the rain chances yet again by the middle of next week. For the Fox 35 Storm Team, I'm meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Walt Disney World.jobs.
Be a part of the magic. Walt Disney World Resort is offering a hiring bonus of $1,000 for housekeeping and select culinary roles. Receive weekly pay, tuition assistance, and childcare support. Visit WaltDisneyWorld.jobs to apply. That's WaltDisneyWorld.jobs.
It is time for a new bathroom. My God, you've told yourself that 1,000 times. Every single time you walk by it, you curse it a little bit. Don't deal with that. You don't have to. You have options. Rebath of Mid-Florida is that option. national company with standards, policies, and procedures to make sure you get the job you pay for in the right time every single time. And that's what they do. This bathroom remodeling is like 2 to 4 days. That's what the average time is. They do it with their employees. That means you always see the same people every single day. That's so important when it's all said and done. Lifetime guarantee on the products and the install. And by the way, the products are so awesome. Made here in the U.S., products you've known, Moen, Kohler, Delta, Birch cabinets. That's what they put in. This is not cheap stuff, guys. These are really nice bathrooms. Natural stone like travertine marble, cut perfectly, no grout lines. And all you have to do is slide into their showroom, and when you see those models, you're like, oh, yeah, this is great. We'll do this for sure. And those are just to show you what they can do. Those aren't the actual bathrooms. Man, get with these guys and let them design you one. They have a team ready to help you out right now. Hop online today, check out the before and afters, then book your appointment. It's rebathmidfla.com.
Don't miss our... This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
When I lost my Chase debit card, I was like... But I locked my card on my Chase mobile app, and that feels like... That's what security feels like. Card locked.
Check and lock down your money with security from Chase. Control feels good. Learn more at chase.com/banking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Enroll in Chase online or on the Chase mobile app. Messaging and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Wawa and Chips Ahoy are teaming up to bring you handcrafted beverages that'll make your summer adventures epic. Like
going to the beach.
Going to the beach with a delicious and creamy Chips Ahoy milkshake. And
binging season 3 of that show?
Binging season 3 of that show with a tasty Chips Ahoy smoothie. Whatever you're doing this summer, make it epic. Chips Ahoy milkshakes, smoothies, and sundaes are here. Crafted to crave at Wawa. Wawa has the drinks you need to stay quenched, refreshed, and happy. Cool off with iced teas, lemonades, energy drinks, and more. Wawa has the refreshments you need this summer and the snacks to go with them. Stop in today for our $3 summer deal and get any 20-ounce Pepsi or Mountain Dew with any Lay's, Ruffles, or Doritos. Make Wawa your destination for the drinks and snacks you love. Gotta have a Wawa. Limited time offer. See store for details.
Small business owners know cutting costs without cutting quality is tough. How do you trim expenses without hurting your business? Easy. Get Spectrum Business. Call 888-489-2212. Switch to Spectrum Business and you can get the best internet and phone services for half of what you're paying today. Cutting costs can be easy when you get Spectrum Business. Just call 888-489-2212. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At 7-Eleven, there's over 3,000 ways to brew your very own cup of hot or iced coffee. And with 7 Rewards, you can get any size coffee for $1. If you want to try something new every day, it'll only take 8 years. 7-Eleven, take it to 11. Expires 8/24/21. $1 plus tax where applicable at select stores. See app for terms.
Need to turn your home equity into cash? This is Robert Palmer, and home values are at an all-time high. Smart homeowners are accessing home equity at today's low rates. But don't use your home equity to pay closing costs. Let me pay them instead. Visit rpfunding.com for details. NMLS 7168, Equal Housing.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The one who just thought about checking your phone. How about don't? The car is no place for multitasking. Trust me, that text can wait. Those notifications can go unchecked until you get where you're going. Did you know that you can now be stopped and ticketed in Florida for texting and driving? So put that phone down and focus on driving. This message brought to you by the Florida Department of Transportation.
This hour of programming brought to you in part by FAS Windows and Doors.
Real radio. Real radio. Radio 104.1. We now return to the Jim Colbert Show. Already in progress.
Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Got another keyword coming up for you in a little while. Right now, like I said, welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show. Jim will be back next day or so. We really don't know. He's taking care of his mom, dealing with some serious health issues at the moment. He is where he needs to be, but you've got Deb, Jack, and Ross getting ready for a little last call action. Let's see. Anything we need to do right now, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yeah, one last thing. We have a special gift for Ross, and this is thanks to, we have first of all, our listeners are the best. There is no doubt.
Seriously.
I mean, and every radio station, every radio show may say it, but it's not true because Real Radio has it, and it's the connection that our listeners have with our shows and the connections that we have with the listeners is unmatched. And
it really is.
I will fight any other station to the death over that.
Yes,
now,
joust!
And one of those listeners listens to the show, heard something a little over a year ago, and it kind of turned her the wrong way. And she's like, wait a minute. Not one of your dollars for a pool that your fiance wants.
When it's her house.
And it's her house.
I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Yeah. So Candace is a listener to this station. Doesn't even live in Orlando. I think she lives, a little further north. We'll talk to her after this. But, she was the one who started the GoFundMe to raise money so Ross could have that wonderful summer retreat in his backyard. That giant pool that he now has was because of Candace taking action and starting this GoFundMe, raising several $100s to pay for this pool.
I mean, not only that, she also, inspired Dubai to build the world's deepest swimming pool at 200 feet, which is just a mere reflection of the size of Ross's pool.
Yeah,
and she also made me wildly uncomfortable by creating a GoFundMe during a pandemic.
Well, you can tell her that yourself, Ross.
But first, we are going to listen to, she had a little downtime this year. She can explain that in a minute.
We all did.
However, she, a little more than we did, but she was inspired and started writing and came up with a parody song to kind of talk about the saga of the pool as we've come to know it, done to the music of American Pie. Here is Comedian Pie by Candace.
It was just a year ago.
My God.
I can still remember how his segment that night made me laugh.
Just for you, Ross.
That night he had a tale to tell, how she just asked and then he yelled, well, maybe he'd be sorry for his wrath. Well, GoFundMe's make him shiver. With every donor, it got bigger. The fans were helping Ross. He had to accept the loss. I still remember how he sighed and laughed and swallowed pride. It was special for his bride, the day the pool arrived. So why Ross must have been high. Not $1 did he holler, but the caller was sly. And the GoFundMe grew, leaving Ross horrified. He knew this is for the pool we will buy. This is for the pool we will buy.
Go, Candace.
Did you read the book on care? And do you have any scuba gear? If your lady says you may. Woo! Now you should accept you own a pool. I feel as though you're gonna need more jewels. And can you show us how to swim your way? Well, we know that you're ready to splash in a pool that cost wishing you just made TikTok. I was so happy the day your pool arrived. Soon you'll be splashing, but you should not dive. Oh, and do not push off the size, but I'm sure you read the guide. And we will sing, bye bye, your yacht's gonna die. Grab your Yeti, it's not heavy and not sweaty from ice. Jim, Jack, and Deb are being super wise guys, saying this should be fun, let him try. This should be fun, let him try. Now sometimes Ross will call his mother, but her favorite child is his brother. Is this the way it always was? When Olivia speaks, now you should listen. Her ideas are like a wondrous vision. She deserves the things she wants just because. Oh, and now we hear your pool turned green. What the bleep, Ross? Use chlorine. You could stop being a grump and sometimes turn on the pump. Also, you should avoid allowing swimmers with paws. They can tear the liner with their claws, but we know Ross will avoid the flaws because he read the guide. And I will sing, cry, cry, oh Ross, wipe your eyes. Grab some ganja from your Sentra if you wanna get high. And with your pale white skin, be extra careful, don't fry. Thinking you should maybe just swim at night. Like me, you should maybe just swim at night.
That's good advice.
Yay! That was a lot of hard work.
How about that, huh?
Love and creativity. Ross, are you feeling it?
I really wish I could look at you guys and say that was not cool. That was absolutely amazing.
Yes,
I am such a fan of that.
Don't tell us, tell Candace. Hey, Candace.
Hey,
Oh,
Candace.
Candace, baby girl.
That was
you hated me.
No, this is the closest I'll ever be to liking my above ground pool. I think it is.
That's the best I can hope for.
That was absolutely amazing. You just made my day. That was phenomenal. I am touched. I am moved. And I might get a little crazy and finally take a dip in it this weekend.
Hey!
And I will walk out a skeleton because I have over-chemicaled it hard.
Yay, Candace.
Wow.
How long did that take you, Candace?
Okay, well, so Jack kind of alluded to it. It's been a crazy year for everybody.
Right.
It's been a little crazier for me. I've had a few surgeries and things that went out of whack, and I was off my feet for a while. And yeah, so just a couple of days, and I mean, I just love listening to you guys, and it's just so easy to make fun of Ross, right?
Yeah, I know it is, but you do it with such love in your heart, though, Candace.
I do. I would never say anything hurtful or mean, and the whole pool thing, you guys know, came out of love because he just said the wrong thing.
I did.
He said. Yeah, I mean, it was just that one wrong thing. And Ross, you could have said anything to her, but when you said not one of my? That was the wrong thing.
Oh, it was the wrong thing.
I really believe that I have taught you a lesson. I'm so sorry. But I really believe that you will never separate your money again.
Not at least on this show, we won't.
Not publicly.
And I'm just really happy that the lesson learned. The lesson being learned from me ended up with this amazing
I know,
song.
Exactly.
That was
super sweet.
I am speechless. That was fantastic.
Well,
you know what, Candace? Since you took time yet again to do something special for the show, I don't know, guys, what do you think? I think she's more than earned the right to be tonight's last call winner to get into our running for our summer stuff.
There's no way to top that.
Exactly.
Yeah, not today.
You don't have to do that.
No, we're doing that because you earned it, Candace.
Oh.
And we're out of time.
Sorry about that.
Not at all, Candace.
Not your
Thank
fault.
you.
But thank you, Candace. You rock.
Thank you again.
You guys have a great night.
You too. You literally have Ross's open mouth. We also want to thank Cora Burcham from the Save the Manatee Club, that Animal House podcast already posted. Orlando Sentinel columnist Scott Maxwell, so good to have you back. Brad for trivia, Code Black IT for our summer of stuff, and again, Candace for reimagining American Pie as only it should.
Comedian Pie, she calls it.
Comedian Pie. And thanks to Candace again for putting a smile on Ross's face.
That was fantastic.
Listen, we're going to have more fun again tomorrow. We've got Theater Thursday. We've got Colbert Court. We've got Brendan O'Connor. We have hopefully the return of Jim Colbert. But either way, we're going to follow the news junkie. They follow the monsters in the morning. But keep it on Real Radio 104.1 because we'll keep you entertained until the end of time. We'll see you tomorrow for Thursday. Until then, put some hump in your day. Bye.
Your chance to win $1,000 is just minutes away on Real Radio 104.1.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash?